Chapter 1532. Zombie Yang Chuan stepped onto the Great Emperor's altar and glared coldly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was confident in his victory, but Yang Chuan didn't back down at all. Bang! A pair of black skeletal wings protruded from Yang Chuan's back. Fangs protruded from his mouth, and 19-colored light seeped out of his skin. His ferocious might surged toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen understood how powerful Yang Chuan was. Bang! A pair of golden wings protruded from his back. Fangs protruded from his mouth, and his skin glowed with 19-colored light. Apart from the color of their wings and the shape of their faces, they were practically identical. Rumble. Waves of evil energy surged from their feet in all directions. Boom! Zombie Yang Chuan threw a punch at Jiang Chen. He didn't use the power of the Great Tao, only pure physical strength. Jiang Chen also seemed to want to test Yang Chuan's body. He threw a punch of his own. Boom! Bang! The void was instantly torn apart for 50 million miles. Powerful strength, the purest physical strength, fiercely collided. The loud noise echoed throughout the world. Countless experts trembled inwardly. "What a powerful body," said Zhong Shan of the outer North Continent. In the Southeast Continent, Emperor Huang Jin narrowed his eyes. The body of a Jiang Chen? Waves of impact swept out in all directions. In the end, everything returned to normal. After the punch, Zombie Yang Chuan and Jiang Chen retreated to their original positions. Zombie Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. "Your body is the same as mine. The same power, the same dominance." Zombie Yang Chuan's expression was extremely conflicted. He'd originally thought that Jiang Chen had created the Junction's physique because he wasn't confident enough in his own physical body. But now, it seemed that Junction's body wasn't any weaker than his own. With such a powerful body, why'd he create the body of a Jiang Chen for others to cultivate? "Not bad, your body is as dense as mine." Jiang Chen smiled in satisfaction. "The same? What do you mean?" asked Yang Chuan in a low voice. He seemed to have noticed something unusual. The two experts stared coldly at each other. At the side, within the 3,000 heavenly Tao. Rumble. The lotus of atmosphere was constantly being disintegrated and dissolved by the heavenly Tao samsara, turning into power that Yang Chuan could control and gathering in the giant eye above. Jiang Chen, who'd been staring at Yang Chuan, suddenly turned to look at the giant eye. Boom! The great lotus, which no longer had any petals, suddenly exploded and completely disintegrated, turning into surging energy that surged into the giant eye. The giant eye exuded a deadly aura, causing Jiang Chen to narrow his eyes. At this moment, the power of the lotus deity in Yang Chuan's palm universe was getting weaker and weaker. Gradually, he was on his last breath. "Lotus goddess, you've completely lost. I've used up all of your divine power. Now, prepare to fall into a deep slumber," Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. "Heh, the winner takes all." The lotus deity revealed a trace of bitterness. At this moment, in the Northeast Continent, Dongfang Bubai stared at the lotus god in Yang Chuan's palm. Alas! Dongfang Bubai sighed softly. Suddenly, Dongfang Bubai stretched out his right hand and looked up at the sky. Hum! Countless motes of light suddenly appeared in Dongfang Bubai's palm. As soon as they appeared, they seemed to connect with the stars in the sky. Hum! The stars in the sky brightened even more. Countless stars in the shallow star layer and even the deep star layer lit up. Yang Chuan in the South Continent, however, suddenly looked up at the sky, his expression changing. Yang Chuan suddenly realized that besides himself, the power of the stars in the sky seemed to be being guided by another force. Not only that, but almost all the stars in the sky had lit up. All 3,000 stars in the deep star layer had lit up. After all, even Yang Chuan himself could only control 2,000 stars. But now, all 3,000 stars were under his control. "What's going on? Who is it?" Yang Chuan asked in shock. Who else besides him could control the power of the stars in the sky? If Yang Chuan saw Dongfang Bubai, he would be even more shocked. Because Dongfang Bubai's right palm was almost the same as Yang Chuan's universe in the palm. Rolling motes of stars revolved around Dongfang Bubai's palm. Dongfang Bubai looked at his palm and his eyes suddenly focused. There seemed to be a small space torn apart in his palm. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in the small space torn apart. It was the dying Lotus God. Lotus God was suddenly transported to Dongfang Bubai's palm. Far away in the South Continent, Yang Chuan in his human form had a drastic change in expression. Lotus God was gone. A surge of power suddenly appeared in his palm and moved the Lotus God away. Who is it? Yang Chuan in his human form exclaimed. He turned his head to look around, but there was no sign of Lotus God. Yang Chuan's heart skipped a beat. To be able to steal the Lotus Goddess from his palm so easily, how powerful was that person? But who would save Lotus God? Yang Chuan's expression was extremely ugly. Bam! Yang Chuan in his human form withdrew the universe in the palm with a gloomy expression. Around the northeast continent, Lotus God was transported to Dongfang Bubai's hand. Dongfang Bubai withdrew the force in his hand. Buzz! The weak Lotus God fell in front of Dongfang Bubai. Dongfang Bubai looked at the weak Lotus God with a gloomy expression. Lotus God suddenly saw Dongfang Bubai and shuddered as if she was extremely terrified. It was an instinctive fear. But soon, she recovered from her fear. She revealed a strong sense of bitterness. This unfilial disciple thanks Master for saving me again. Lotus God knelt down before Dongfang Bubai. Dongfang Bubai stared at Lotus God. Lotus God revealed a bitter expression. I was wrong. In the second era, I shouldn't have stolen Master's great Lotus of Air and escaped to the great evil world. I know I was wrong. Please punish me, Master. Lotus God knelt before Dongfang Bubai. She looked deeply remorseful. Dongfang Bubai stared at Lotus God for a while as if he was thinking about how to deal with her. After a while, Dongfang Bubai said lightly, forget it. Since you've lost in the South Outer Continent, then stay in the Eastern Sect and teach your junior brothers. Yes, thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Lotus God quickly kowtowed. Dongfang Bubai waved his sleeve gently. Lotus God immediately stood up and stood respectfully behind Dongfang Bubai. Not far from Dongfang Bubai stood a group of Dongfang Bubai's disciples, including Meng Wanruo and Meng Rongrong's ancestor, Meng Lingtian. All of Dongfang Bubai's disciples were stunned. Their minds were blank. What was going on? Was this Lotus God? The Realm Lord of the Great Evil World? The Realm Lord, Lotus God, was their senior brother. Junior brother, why don't you try and slap me? Am I dreaming? Slap. Hey, you're really slapping me? Is it real? Is this a dream? Lotus God is my senior brother. The Eastern Sect's disciples were all ecstatic. In the past, Lotus God was arrogant and overbearing, and everyone was unhappy with her. But now that she was one of them, they were naturally overjoyed and no longer jealous. Chapter 1533. South Outer Continent. The Lotus divinity suddenly vanished. Yang Chuan's expression darkened, but he couldn't find anything. Are you looking for the Lotus divinity? Jiang Chen suddenly laughed. Oh, you know, said Yang Chuan in a low voice. Whoosh. The three Yang Chuans flew over and stood together, staring coldly at Jiang Chen. No need to look for him. He went back. Jiang Chen smiled. Went back? Asked Yang Chuan, confused. The Lotus divinity is Dongfang Bubai's disciple. Although he committed treason by stealing Dongfang Bubai's great lotus and fleeing to the great evil realm, he's still Dongfang Bubai's disciple. You've already beaten him back to his original form. You should be satisfied. Dongfang Bubai's disciple? Yang Chuan's expression darkened. All this time, Yang Chuan hadn't been sure of Dongfang Bubai's identity. All he knew was that he was very strong. Yang Chuan had sensed Dongfang Bubai's ability to send Meng Rongrong into the heavenly demon realm. But he'd never imagined that Dongfang Bubai was the Lotus divinity's master. Rumor had it that Dongfang Bubai had refused to take Great Emperor Qinglong's altar, which was why he'd given it to Great Emperor Qinglong. In the past, Great Emperor Ziwei had dominated the world, but he hadn't dared act impudently in front of Dongfang Bubai. In the annals of history, Dongfang Bubai was rarely mentioned. Yang Chuan knew he was strong, but he hadn't expected him to have such a shocking identity. What? You guessed it. Jiang Chen smiled. Does he have another identity? Dongfang Bubai has another name. He's called 1.5, said Jiang Chen indifferently. 1.5? Dongfang Bubai? The strongest of the second epoch? Yang Chuan's expression flickered. Instantly, Yang Chuan understood many things. It seemed 1.5 had been the mastermind behind the transformation of the experts of the second epoch. 1.5 was the strongest of the early second epoch. Even earlier than Jiang Chen. Invincible East appeared at the end of the second epoch, said Jiang Chen. He planned the 3,000 constellations and took on a disciple, the Lotus Goddess. That's all. I see. Yang Chuan looked at his palm. Someone had mobilized even more constellations than he had. Back then, he'd guessed it, but now that he heard it from Jiang Chen, he couldn't help but be stunned. It turned out that the number one person in the second epoch had long appeared. The number one person in the second epoch? You're still a bit too weak, said Jiang Chen in a low voice. Take another step forward. Take another step forward, and I'll grant you a fair fight. A fair fight? The gates of the great evil world have already been opened by me, and I'm just waiting for Great Shen to fully accept it. You want me to give up on the great evil world with just a few words? Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. I'm not giving up. I defeated the Lotus Goddess easier than you did. No, I already defeated the Lotus Goddess in the past, but I didn't take the great evil world out of respect for Invincible East. Now that you've defeated the Lotus Goddess, Invincible East has no more excuses. That's why I accepted you. Your contributions are great. I'll give you 3 continents to complete your Great Shen. What do you think? The 3 Yang Chuan looked at Jiang Chen coldly. They fell silent for a moment. Zombie Yang Chuan, in particular, realized that Jiang Chen didn't seem interested in him at all. Not only did he not want to deal with him, he even wanted him to become stronger. After a moment of silence, the 3 Yang Chuan nodded. Of the 9 great emperor altars, I originally guessed that the last one was in the hands of 1.5. But since 1.5 is Invincible East, then the whereabouts of the last great emperor altar are unknown. Do you know? Asked Yang Chuan in a low voice. Fine, there's no harm in telling you. Indeed, there's one last great emperor altar. The last one is in the hands of the Mun clan. The Mun clan? Ghostfire? Yang Chuan's expression changed. This clan cultivated in the cycle of reincarnation. Yang Chuan had encountered them many times. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan was a clone he'd obtained along with Ghostfire. The Mun clan's main altar is in the Great Benevolence World's Yang realm. Oh! Yang Chuan's expression changed. 3 months later. Xianyang, Skyward Palace Plaza. Yang Chuan returned. At this moment, Yang Chuan in human form stood in front of the Skyward Palace Plaza, gazing at the swaying starry sky. Rumble. A powerful suction force came from the sky. For a moment, countless mountains and boulders in the Great Benevolence World soared into the sky. The continent of the Great Evil World quickly merged with the Great Benevolence World. Boom. The entire outer East continent sank into chaos. It was the same in the Great Benevolence World. The outer East continent and the inner South continent were also in chaos. The 2 worlds were madly merging. From Wuji, one could see that the sphere of the Great Evil World had once again merged with the First Realm. Although the Great Benevolence World's territory hadn't increased in the war against the Great Evil World, its original territory had grown several times stronger. Rumble. The city lords continuously pacified the people as they waited for the changes to end. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan and Gigu Zi worked together to deduce the 3,000 heavenly Daos of the Great Evil World, their eyes shining with silver light. Father, it seems Jiang Chen has fulfilled his promise, Yang Dong-ien said solemnly. Yang Chuan nodded. From this day forth, Yang Dong-ien is the 2nd Crown Prince of the Great Benevolence and is conferred the title of Pluto. Eldest Crown Prince Fu Su is conferred the title of Punisher. Yes, Your Majesty, the officials answered. Greetings, Your Highness. The officials said respectfully. Thank you, Imperial Father. Yang Dong-ien expressed his gratitude. Yang Chuan nodded, giving Yang Dong-ien a proper status. Your Majesty, Junction's methods aren't simple. Guiguzi narrowed his eyes. That's right. Yang Chuan nodded. Our original plan was to reunite the Great Evil World and incorporate it into the Great Benevolence World as soon as possible. However, Jiangchen only has the Boulder tribe. It won't be easy for him to conquer the entire Great Evil World. Who would have thought that he could enter the dream on such a large scale? Guiguzi said solemnly. The Great Dream Invasion technique planted a seed of faith in Jiangchen in the hearts of the Great Evil World's demons. The Lotus Goddess statue collapsed, but countless statues of Jiangchen were erected in a short period of time. Although a small number of demons refused to submit to Jiangchen, the majority of them have already converted to him, Yang Dong-ien said with a frown. This is called taking advantage of the situation. Jiangchen took advantage of the collapse of faith in the Great Evil World's citizens. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Your Majesty, there's news from the northeast continent. The Lotus Goddess has appeared in the eastern sect. She's now Dongfang Bubai's eldest disciple. Liu Gang said. We understand. Yang Chuan nodded. Pass down my order to all the city masters. Great Evil World has merged with the territory of Great Evil World. Stabilize Great Evil World. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. An official behind him replied. First World, Zhongtian Continent. At the foot of the sacred mountain, Sho Di, Meng San Sheng, and the others were standing. It's time. Sho Di said solemnly. Meng San Sheng's expression changed. Let ZZ bring the road to the underworld. Don't worry, third brother. I've already discussed this with Yang Chuan. Emperor Minute frowned and said, Yang Chuan has just defeated the Lotus Goddess. His current strength is not to be underestimated. What are you afraid of? Our seals have been broken, and our strength has reached the peak of level 16. Eldest brother, second brother, and third brother can even fight against experts of level 17. What can Yang Chuan do? Sho Di said solemnly. Seventh brother, go to Xianyang. Sho Di said lightly. Yes, Your Majesty. Meng San Sheng replied. Chapter 1534. After 2 months of fusion, the 3 continents of the Great Evil World had merged with Da. For a time, the Great Evil World was filled with auspicious lights and heaven and earth yuan qi. Countless people were excited. With the fusion of the 2 worlds, the Great Evil World's army quickly conquered the world and integrated the newly merged beings. The world regained its temporary peace until 2 guests arrived at Xianyang. They were Meng San Sheng and his granddaughter, Meng Hongying. Before reaching Xianyang, the 2 landed on a mountain peak and looked at the majestic Xianyang in the distance. They're here again, Meng San Sheng sighed. Meng Hongying looked at Xianyang city excitedly, but soon, she frowned. Hongying, follow me. Don't be alone with ZZ. Meng San Sheng said. But Grandpa, why didn't you tell me that you're hiding something from me? Meng Hongying frowned. I've said it before. Everything is for the realm of the gods. You have a good relationship with ZZ. Persuade her to use the Yellow Springs Road and return to the realm of the gods with us. Don't let anything happen to her, Meng San Sheng said. Meng Hongying was in a difficult position, but eventually nodded helplessly. All right, let's go, Meng San Sheng said. With that, the 2 flew towards Xianyang city. Xianyang, study room. Yang Chuan was discussing important matters with some important officials. Report. Your Majesty, Meng San Sheng and Meng Hongying from the realm of the gods would like to see you. Zhao Jiao entered the study room. Oh. Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yang Chuan walked out of the study room and went to a square with some officials following behind him. Meng San Sheng was waiting for Yang Chuan in the square, while Meng Hongying and ZZ were chatting with each other. They saw Yang Chuan walking toward them from afar. ZZ immediately looked over with a smile. When Meng Hongying saw that Yang Chuan had left, she stopped talking and looked at Yang Chuan with a hint of affection in her eyes. However, Meng Hongying hid it well and soon returned to normal. Congratulations, Yang Emperor, for defeating the Lotus God and strengthening the celestial realm, Meng San Sheng said with a smile. Yang Chuan's strength made Meng San Sheng have no choice but to treat him seriously. After all, even if his seal was broken, he might not be able to defeat Yang Chuan. It's futile. Diazhen is still the same size as before. Yang Chuan smiled faintly. Yang Di is too polite. I know that Yang Di doesn't like to beat around the bush, so I'll be straightforward, Meng San Sheng said with a solemn expression. Yang Chuan nodded. In the past, Yang Di had promised to let Zizi return to the God realm with me. Now that the time has come, I'm here to borrow the Yellow Springs Road. I hope Yang Di can fulfill his promise, Meng San Sheng said with a smile. Yellow Springs Road? Yang Chuan looked at Zizi. Zizi nodded lightly. God realm. Yang Chuan was also extremely curious about the divine world. According to the limited information he had, the divine world was born at the end of the first epoch. He knew nothing else. I'd like to go with you, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Of course. As long as ZZ takes the Yellow Springs Road, Yang Di can bring as many people as you want, Meng San Sheng said with a smile. Yang Chuan nodded. By the way, are you Jin Dayu? Meng San Sheng looked at Jin Dayu. Jin Dayu was slightly stunned. Why was he called? Yes. Jin Dayu nodded. My third brother asked me to pass a message for you to go with him. He may have something to tell you, Meng San Sheng said with a smile. Third brother? Jin Dayu was slightly stunned. He immediately reacted. Shodai. Jin Dayu had always suspected that Shodai was his ancestor. After all, the immortal slaying god was the treasure of his ancestor, Lord Daoist Lu Ya. Now that Shodai had saved him several times, Jin Dayu had to be suspicious. However, Shodai had never admitted that he was related to Jin Dayu. Jin Dayu had always been in a dilemma. Now, was he finally going to lay his cards on the table? Jin Dayu was excited at first, then he looked at Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan nodded. Okay, I'll definitely go, Jin Dayu said excitedly. Meng San Sheng nodded. I need to tell them that Diazhen will be separated by yin and yang in order to take the road to the underworld. We'll set off in 3 days, Yang Chuan said. Okay, Meng San Sheng replied. Hongying, come with me and wait outside the city, Meng San Sheng said immediately. Yes. Meng Hongying said reluctantly. 3 days. Let Hongying accompany me, Zizi said. Meng Hongying looked at Meng San Sheng expectantly. Meng San Sheng shook his head and said, if you want to talk to Hongying, we have plenty of time in 3 days. During these 3 days, we have other things to do. Zizi frowned. In the end, she nodded. Meng San Sheng left Xianyang City with Meng Hongying. Yang Chuan looked at Meng San Sheng's back and fell into deep thought. Meow. Meow suddenly jumped over. Yang Chuan? Are you going out again? I'll go with you, okay? Meow shouted excitedly. Boom. Instantly, the butterfly queen flew over. No, you can't go this time, the butterfly queen suddenly shouted. Hey! Meow was confused. Yang Chuan also looked at the butterfly queen curiously. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel danger, the butterfly queen said. Meow, I didn't ask you to go. Why do you feel danger? Meow was confused. The butterfly queen looked at Yang Chuan. Just now, Sister and I were in the netherworld, but our hearts suddenly beat wildly. Sister said that she also sensed something and wanted to see you immediately. Sister arrived first. On the way, my heart was pounding. I felt like a huge threat was descending, Butterfly Queen explained. Meow, what do you mean? I didn't feel it. Meow shook her head. Meow. Yang Chuan looked at Meow with a frown. Meow said with a wronged expression, okay, a little, but it's not as exaggerated as you say. In the past, my sister was the goddess of luck, and I was the goddess of misfortune. I'm very sensitive to misfortune. I can't be wrong. Especially after my father passed away, he gave us his inheritance, and our senses became more and more sensitive. The Butterfly Queen said. Meow, little liar, you said you wouldn't tell. Every time I wanted to tell Yang Chuan, you said that your father told you not to. Now, you're the one who revealed it. Meow looked at the butterfly queen with an unfriendly expression. The butterfly queen's expression froze. I let it slip. Meow. Yang Chuan looked at the two girls strangely. Fine, it's fine if I let it slip. Yang Chuan, do you remember that when my father was alive, he used a portion of the region's days to raise my sister and my cultivation? Meow Meow said. Back then, my father also gave us some things. But my father said that unless it was absolutely necessary, we shouldn't say it. He also said that the two of us will have great opportunities in the future. Meow said. Sister, my father didn't allow us to say that. The butterfly queen said anxiously. But, you said it yourself. I believe in Yang Chuan. Meow immediately said. I was wrong just now, but I didn't say the main point. The butterfly queen said. Forget it, Meow Meow. Since Chow doesn't want you to talk about it, there must be a reason. In the future, if I encounter a problem in the area you can tell me. Yang Chuan shook his head in understanding. Meow, okay. Meow said helplessly. Yang Chuan, I can sense misfortune. There will be a great disaster on your trip. It's better if you don't go. The butterfly queen said again. Disaster? Yang Chuan frowned. Beside him, Zizi said, who will suffer the disaster? You. As for Yang Chuan, he doesn't seem to be affected. The butterfly queen said with a frown. Me. Zizi's face sank. Zizi's body? What else can you sense? Yang Chuan immediately became serious. I'm not sure. I just feel that this disaster is unavoidable for Zizi. The butterfly queen shook her head. What do you mean by unavoidable? Yang Chuan asked. I'm not sure either. I just feel that Zizi will be in great danger. A great disaster will linger. Since you want to leave Xianyang, it's obviously related to this trip. The butterfly queen said. Then, if I stay in Xianyang, will I be able to avoid it? Zizi asked. The butterfly queen thought for a moment, then shook her head. Actually, speaking of which, after I discovered the ability to foresee misfortune, I tried many times. I found many mortals to try. When I saw someone facing a great disaster, I tried my best to protect them. However, I could only delay the arrival of the disaster. I couldn't completely eliminate it. In other words, it's unavoidable. Zizi frowned. It seems so. At the very least, I've never succeeded. The butterfly queen sighed. Zizi looked at Yang Chuan with a complicated expression. Let's set off in 3 days. Millimeter. Yang Chuan nodded. Since it was unavoidable, Yang Chuan was naturally prepared to deal with it. It was better to let it go. Yang Chuan didn't believe in fate. However, he still paid attention to it. Meow, I have luck. I'll go with you. Meow immediately said. No. This time, other than me, Zizi, and Jin Dayu, no one else is allowed to go. Yang Chuan said firmly. Ah! Everyone was shocked. Just the 3 of us. Everyone else will stay in Xianyang and be on standby. My orders will come at any time, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Yes. The officials answered. Meow. Meow was depressed. Meow, butterfly queen, the 2 of you stay in Xianyang. I hope you can study this ability as soon as possible. I'll let our Fang study it with you. She also practices the life-stealing technique, Yang Chuan said solemnly. All right. Meow nodded. 3 days later. Yang Chuan dealt with all matters in Xianyang and made arrangements. He met up with Meng Sansheng and Meng Hongying again. Rise. Zizi roared. Rumble. The road to the underworld suddenly trembled. Following that, it shook violently and gradually disappeared. Zizi had put it away. Just the 3 of you? Meng Sansheng looked at Yang Chuan and the rest in confusion. Just the 3 of us. Yang Chuan nodded. If that's the case, let's go. Meng Sansheng smiled. Boom. The 5 of them stepped forward and headed towards the Middle Sky continent. At the same time, around the southeast continent, a man in a white robe arrived in front of the Golden Palace. Jian Ao. Golden Sovereign's face darkened as he looked at the uninvited guest. I'm Gen Ao from the Great Thousand World. I'd like to challenge Golden Sovereign, Gen Ao said solemnly. Challenge? You want to challenge me? Golden Sovereign was surprised. Yes, please grant my request, Gen Ao said solemnly. Chapter 1535. At the entrance of the Golden Palace, Gen Ao challenged Golden Sovereign to a duel. Golden Sovereign squinted his eyes. Naturally, he recognized the person in front of him. In the past, Gen Ao challenged Tongtian and his name shook the world. At that time, Tongtian broke through to the 16th heavenly layer through that battle. But even so, Tongtian was still defeated. Now, Gen Ao actually challenged him? Why me? Golden Sovereign asked in a deep voice. I'm now at the 15th heaven. In the world, only you, Golden Sovereign, can help me reach the 16th heaven, Gen Ao said solemnly. Golden Sovereign's face darkened. Why? Because you're talented. You're a golden beast, the second divine beast in the world. You have the help of the Great Emperor Altar and the First Era's seal of virtue. You can block my full strength but you can't cut my ability, Gen Ao said solemnly. Golden Sovereign's face darkened even more. So I'm just a sparring partner? I'm an expert who can defeat Lotus God. Now, in your eyes, I'm just a sparring partner. 15th heaven? You're too arrogant, Golden Sovereign said coldly. Gen Ao's eyes gradually turned cold. If that's the case, I'll prove my words with a sword, Gen Ao said solemnly. While speaking, Gen Ao took out his green-edge longsword. Boom! As the sword pierced out, the sky shook and the world trembled. In an instant, the long swords of countless sword cultivators in the 36 territories of the southeast continent trembled. A green sword aura rushed towards Golden Sovereign. There wasn't much sword chi, just a sword aura. The sword aura was like a hot knife through butter. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Golden Sovereign. The sword aura was unstoppable. It had the momentum to destroy everything. Golden Sovereign's face changed. He punched at the sword aura. Golden Sovereign's right hand was golden in color. When he punched out, billowing power gathered. Boom! The sword and fist collided. The tremendous power caused Golden Sovereign to stomp his foot. Boom! With Golden Sovereign as the center, countless cracks suddenly appeared on the ground below. The cracks were like a spiderweb, radiating in all directions. Boom! Within millions of miles, the earth was filled with cracks. Trenches appeared and destroyed all the buildings in the surroundings. Jiaohu was everywhere, many Xiuzhi fell into the trench. The Golden Sovereign, Zhu Che, even caused the void to tremble. The two swords collided, and immediately, the sword and fist separated. Golden Sovereign looked at Gen Ao in shock. 15th heaven? This guy was only at the 15th layer of heaven. In front of him, wouldn't the 15th heavenly layer of the world be at his mercy? There was a sword mark on Golden Sovereign's fist, but Golden Sovereign was a 16th heavenly layer. Furthermore, golden beasts were known for their sturdy bodies. Golden Sovereign, how's my sword force? Do I have the qualifications to invite you for a battle? Gen Ao asked solemnly. Gen Ao's gaze was extremely resolute, as if he was forcing Golden Sovereign to take action. However, the Golden Sovereign wasn't afraid. Just as Gen Ao had said, the Golden Sovereign still had the Great Emperor Altar and the Virtuous Seal. Fine, since you've come to request for a battle, then let's do it, Golden Sovereign said coldly. Gen Ao looked around and said in a deep voice, the heavens are virtuous. The battle between you and me will definitely cause great destruction. Why don't we enter Wuji for a battle? Wuji? Golden Sovereign felt strange again. One should know that an ordinary 15th heavenly layer would be courting death if they entered Wuji. Even a 16th heavenly layer would find it extremely difficult to enter. But now, Gen Ao actually wanted to challenge Wuji. What do you think? Gen Ao asked again. Since you're not afraid, why should I be? Let's go. Golden Sovereign replied. Boom. The two experts soared into the sky and headed straight for the starry sky. Soon, they disappeared from everyone's sight. The collision of sword and fist earlier had attracted the curious gazes of countless experts in the world. Yang Chuan and his group, who had just arrived at the southeast continent, naturally stopped immediately. At the peak of a mountain. Yang Di, shall we continue our journey? Meng San Sheng frowned. There's no hurry. Let's wait for a few more days. I want to know the result. Yang Chuan shook his head. Jian Ao. Golden Sovereign. Golden Sovereign's current strength was equivalent to that of Great Emperor Ziwei. With the addition of the Seal of Virtue, they were almost on par. Jian Ao, who was at the 15th heavenly layer, could challenge Golden Sovereign. Zhongtian Continent. Sho Di stood at the peak of a mountain and saw the southeast continent. Behind him stood Huang Luo, Sovereign Minute, and Yu Lin. Sho Di did not feel anything when he saw Golden Sovereign fighting. But when he saw Yang Chuan and his group, he suddenly squinted his eyes. 3 of them. Jin Dayu is also here? Sho Di said with a gloomy face. 7th brother called him in the name of 3rd brother. Sovereign Minute said. What? Sho Di looked at Sovereign Minute abruptly. Sovereign Min's face stiffened slightly. Before 7th brother left, Big brother asked him to tell Jin Dayu that 3rd brother wants to see him when we arrive at Xianyang. I want to see Jin Dayu. Sho Di's face darkened and he looked at Sovereign Minute coldly. Yes. Sovereign Minute said stiffly. Sho Di looked at Huang Luo and Yu Lin and said coldly, that is to say, all of you know about it but only kept it from me. Huang Luo and Yu Lin lowered their heads in shame. Ha 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 ha, good. You are really my good brothers. Are you guys lying to me? Sho Di stared at them angrily. Big brother asked us not to tell 3rd brother. He also said that the realm of the gods should be our top priority, Sovereign Minute said with a wry smile. Humph. Sho Di swung his sleeves and snorted coldly. Sho Di turned his head and looked at Jin Dayu in the distance. When Sho Di saw Jin Dayu coming with Yang Chuan and his group, a complicated look flashed across his eyes. His 3 younger brothers did not say anything and retreated to one side. 3 days later. Boom. The starry sky shook. Then, 2 figures rushed down. Jian Ao and Golden Sovereign had returned once again. Rumble. Jian Ao was surrounded by a large amount of sword chi. The sword chi increased and decreased at times. A strong sword principle was about to burst out. On the other side, Golden Sovereign looked gloomy. Although there were no injuries, part of the horns on his long sleeves had been cut off. Jian Ao. Good move. Golden Sovereign said coldly. Thank you, Golden Sovereign, for your help. Jian Ao said excitedly. Help? Did Jian Ao make a breakthrough? Everyone looked at him in surprise. Golden Sovereign looked at Jian Ao coldly. Jian Ao looked at the Golden Great Emperor and finally said, I borrowed the Golden Great Emperor's pressure and finally broke through that layer of seal. I will soon be able to advance to the 16th heavenly layer. Finally, I have a piece of advice for Golden Sovereign. Oh! The most important reason why I can defeat Golden Sovereign is that the Great Emperor Altar and the Virtuous Seal conflict with each other. Be careful. Jian Ao said solemnly. As he spoke, Jian Ao strode towards the north. Swish. Jian Ao seemed to have turned into a long sword as he flew across a territory and continued to head north. Golden Sovereign was left behind with a gloomy face. Great Emperor Altar, Virtuous Seal, conflict. Jian Ao left. He flew quickly. Wang. Suddenly, Jian Ao seemed to have sensed something and stopped. Boom. Jian Ao stopped in front of Yang Chuan and the rest. He stood in the void as sword intent erupted. Sword chi surged toward them. Meng Sansheng's face changed. He was about to make a move, but the sword intent disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jian Ao stared at Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan. Jian Ao suddenly shouted. Jian Ao of the past has grown to such a level. Congratulations. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Jian Ao smiled and said, in the past, Jian Ao was young and inexperienced in the greater 1,000 realms. With the body of a mortal, Jian Ao challenged you, an ancestral immortal. I overestimated myself. That defeat has always been my motivation. After 1,000,000 years, Gen Ao's cultivation is not much different from yours. Once I stabilize my 16th heavenly layer, I will head to Xianyang and request for a battle with Yama Emperor. Boom. As soon as Gen Ao asked for a battle, the surrounding sword chi burst forth. I'll be waiting for you in Xianyang, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Gen Ao nodded at Yang Chuan. Thank you. He then stomped his foot. Boom. Gen Ao turned into a long sword again and flew toward the north, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Meng Sansheng looked at Gen Ao coldly. Because earlier, Gen Ao had actually not paid any attention to her from the beginning until the end, and he only had Yang Chuan in his eyes. Meng Sansheng snorted. Let's go. Let's continue our journey, Yang Chuan said. Okay. Meng Sansheng nodded. Boom. The group headed toward the Middle Sky continent again. Gen Ao's challenge to Golden Sovereign seemed to be just an interlude. At the entrance of Golden Palace. After Gen Ao left, a trace of blood seeped out from Golden Sovereign's right hand. Sword cultivator? What a good sword cultivator. Golden Sovereign's eyes were cold. Report. A subordinate came forward. What's the matter? Golden Sovereign asked. Having just been defeated, Golden Sovereign was still in a bad mood and his tone wasn't friendly. Great Sovereign, Sha Di sent a message through his life token, the subordinate said solemnly. Oh. Sha Di invites you to the divine world of the Middle Sky continent. He has something important to discuss with you. At the same time, try to avoid other people in the divine world, the subordinate said. Avoid other people in the divine world? Golden Sovereign was stunned. Yes. Got it. Golden Sovereign waved his hand and asked the subordinate to leave. Golden Sovereign turned his head and looked in the direction of the Middle Sky continent. Soon, he saw Sha Di at the entrance of a palace. Sha Di looked at Golden Sovereign and nodded solemnly. Stay in the Golden Palace. I have something to do. Golden Sovereign shouted. Yes. The subordinates answered. Golden Sovereign stepped forward and headed toward the Middle Sky continent. A few days later, Yang Chuan and the group arrived at the Middle Sky continent. In the divine world. In the sky above the divine world, there were countless auspicious clouds. Numerous immortal birds and divine beasts were circling around. It was a beautiful paradise. At the foot of the seven-colored sacred mountain. At this moment, 6 figures were standing. Each of them carried a big gourd. They were 6 of the 7 brothers in the divine world. Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes from afar. The eldest and second brother of the 7 brothers are here too? The 2 old men in the lead, one carrying a red gourd and the other an orange gourd, looked expectant. There was an unstoppable prestige in their eyes. They are waiting. Yang Di, please, Meng Sansheng said with a smile. Chapter 1536. Middle Sky Continent, Central Territory. Yang Chuan and his group flew over and saw the 7-colored sacred mountain from afar. Around the sacred mountain, there were countless powerful beings who were waiting in silence. They were all from the divine world. Outside the sacred mountain, there were countless experts looking on with different expressions. The Central Territory is so lively, Yang Chuan said with a frown. Something big is going to happen in the divine world. We have invited a group of experts from all the major forces in the Middle Sky continent to attend the ceremony, Meng Sansheng said. Oh! Yang Chuan was slightly surprised. For example, Da Zhan would not invite other people to attend the ceremony except for his close friends. Usually, others would come spontaneously. The divine world was really strange this time. My 6 brothers are waiting at the entrance of the sacred mountain. Yang Di, please. Meng Sansheng pointed at the 6 people carrying gourds at the foot of the 7-colored sacred mountain. Millimeter. Yang Chuan stepped forward and walked toward the 7-colored sacred mountain. At this moment, the arrival of Yang Chuan and his group lit up the eyes of countless experts. Meng Sansheng is back. It should be starting soon. Senior brother, do you know why the divine world has invited us to attend the ceremony? I don't know, but since the divine world has invited us, let's come and take a look. It's really strange. Almost all the experts from the 36 Middle Sky continent are here. Even when Great Emperor Ziwei ruled the Middle Sky continent, there was not such an exaggerated gathering. Let's wait and see. Countless experts were puzzled. They did not know why the divine world had invited them. At the same time, countless experts stood on their respective peaks and looked at the seven-colored sacred mountain in the center. Tens of millions of people were staring at the seven-colored sacred mountain. There were also countless experts standing at the seven-colored sacred mountain. They were all from the divine world in the past. As the seals of the seven brothers of the divine world continued to be broken, the strength of these people from the divine world continued to increase. Shodai and the others stood at the foot of the seven-colored sacred mountain and knew that Yang Chuan and his group had landed on the square where everyone was. Whoosh! Everyone in the surroundings was silent. "Big brother, I've brought him," Meng San Sheng said with a smile. "Welcome, Yang Di, to our god realm," the red-robed old man said with a smile. "Dajan, Yang Chuan. How should I address you?" Yang Chuan asked solemnly. The red-robed old man in front of them was their eldest brother, number one in the god realm. Although the red-clothed old man spoke politely, Yang Chuan could feel a surging power from his body. It was incomparably ferocious. "I am Hong Yun," the red-clothed old man said with a smile. "I am Tian Mao. He is ranked second in the god realm," the orange-robed old man said with a smile. "Boss, Red Cloud. Second brother, Heavenly Eyes. Third brother, Shodai. Number 4, Rogue Luo. Fifth brother, Emperor Minute. Sixth brother, Yu Lin. Seventh brother, Meng San Sheng." Yang Chuan nodded. "Greetings, everyone." Hong Yun turned to look at ZZ. There was a flash of expectation in his eyes. ZZ furrowed her brows and did not respond to him. "Ho-ho, in the sealed world, seventh brother let ZZ down and I have already punished him," Hong Yun said with a smile. "Oh." ZZ replied flatly. "Are you Jin Dayu? From the Great Thousand World?" Hong Yun said with a smile. Jin Dayu was looking at Shodai strangely. When he heard Hong Yun talking about him, he asked curiously, "Do you know me?" "It doesn't matter whether I know you or not. What matters is that third brother knows you." "Right, third brother?" Hong Yun looked at Shodai with a smile. Shodai frowned slightly. In the end, he nodded and said, "Yes, big brother." Excitement flashed in Jin Dayu's eyes. However, Yang Chuan was confused by Shodai and Hong Yun's attitude. "Third brother, you tell him." Hong Yun understood Jin Dayu's eagerness and said, "Yes." Shodai smiled bitterly. He turned to look at Jin Dayu. "Millions of years ago, when the divine world was sealed, my spirit clone entered the Great Thousand World. At that time, I was reincarnated as Immortal Lu Ya. Later on, I brought some descendants back to this world and gave them the surname Jin. My spirit clone, Lu Ya, also returned to me and became one with me. Lu Ya is me, but I am not Lu Ya," Shodai said in a deep voice. No wonder you don't admit that you are my ancestor." Jin Dayu suddenly understood. Lu Ya was only a part of Shodai. "I, Jin Dayu, pay my respects to my ancestor." Jin Dayu bowed to Shodai solemnly. Alas! Shodai nodded and did not say anything else. Jin Dayu was elated. Shodai looked at Yang Chuan again. "Great Qin Heaven Emperor, Ying? Oh, speaking of which, my spirit clone did not bring my memory back to the Great Thousand World and was once an official under you, Demon Lord? Uncle Demon God?" Shodai stared at Yang Chuan and asked. Shodai's eyes were honest and filled with gratitude. "Thank you for taking care of Jin Dayu all these years, Emperor Yang. Jin Dayu is the army commander of Daejun. I did not take care of him, but he fought for himself." Yang Chuan shook his head. Jin Dayu was elated. Suddenly, Jin Dayu's face darkened. "Ancestor, you brought my Jin clan into this world, and then you disappeared. My Jin clan was then hunted down by a destructive force. The entire clan fled, but they were all killed. I am the only one left." Jin Dayu clenched his fists and said. Shodai's eyes turned cold. Then, The hint of anger that had just gathered dissipated. I have investigated this matter. As Diazhen grew stronger, I investigated more and more. However, I could not find the person who killed the Jin clan. Ancestor, do you know who it is? Could it be someone sent by Zhongshan? Jin Dayu asked with a frown. No. Shodai shook his head. Then, Shodai said with a wry smile, I don't know either. Let's look for it later. Yes. Jin Dayu nodded. Hongyun, who was standing aside, kept smiling as she watched the conversation between the grandfather and grandson. Yang Chuan gradually found that the atmosphere was unusual. When he asked about the enemy, Shodai denied that it was Zhongshan and then said that he did not know. Since he did not know, how could he be sure that it was not Zhongshan? Could it be that Shodai knew who the murderer was but did not want to say it? Yang Chuan's eyes revealed a tinge of confusion. But he did not ask. Let's wait and see. Hongyun looked at Jin Dayu and then at ZZ. ZZ, there is only one purpose for us to invite you here. Please help us break a seal. Hongyun said solemnly. A seal? ZZ asked in confusion. Hongyun clapped her hands gently. Clap, clap, rumble. The huge 7-colored sacred mountain behind them quickly decomposed into 7 mountains. Each mountain had a color, which corresponded to the color of the 7 gourds. Outside, the countless experts who had come to watch the ceremony all revealed surprised expressions. The 7-colored sacred mountain was the most secretive place in the divine realm. How could it be exposed? Look, there is a huge egg in the center, 3 feet tall. Is that a huge 7-colored egg? What is that on the egg? Why is there a pattern of a black chain on it? It is not a pattern, but a seal. Look, there is a real chain in the pattern, hanging in the void. It is not hanging, but going through the void to connect to other places. A sealed 7-colored sacred egg. The tens of thousands of cultivators were talking loudly. Although they were far away, Yang Chuan and the others could hear them clearly. What is this? ZZ was surprised. It is the seal on the egg. It needs 2 paths to the underworld to be connected at the same time. We can undo the seal. Hongyun said with a smile. Meng Sansheng said, ZZ, we do not ask much of you, just help us undo the seal. ZZ looked at Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan stared at the huge egg with a complicated expression. Undo the seal? Emperor Yang, don't worry. You can stand beside ZZ while the seal is undone. You will not be in any danger. If there is any danger, you can stop it yourself. Hongyun said with a smile. ZZ helped you undo the seal on the egg. How do you plan to repay her? Yang Chuan looked at Hongyun and asked. There are many things here. As long as you like them, you can pick any one of them. Hongyun said with a smile. Pick anything. Yang Chuan felt that something was amiss. After all, the butterfly queen had sensed danger from ZZ. Did the danger come from the egg? Yang Chuan fell into silence. The 7 gourd brothers waited patiently. After a while, Yang Chuan let out a long breath. Finally, he looked at ZZ. I will listen to you. ZZ looked at Yang Chuan with a smile. Yang Chuan nodded. It was better to let them go. The 7 gourd brothers were begging him. If he refused, they might resort to violence. He was not afraid, but ZZ was always in danger. All right, let's pick one then. Yang Chuan nodded. Okay. Hongyun said with a smile. Yang Chuan looked at the 7 sacred mountains in the distance and the gourds on their backs. Hongyun, who was standing at the side, was smiling the whole time. I want him. Yang Chuan suddenly pointed at Shodai. Hey! Everyone was stunned. Yang Chuan pointed at a person. Shodai. Me. Shodai was surprised. That's right. After undoing the seal on the egg, you will be Jin Dayu's subordinate. Yang Chuan said. Shodai was annoyed. Before Shodai could say anything, Hongyun, who was beside him, said, Okay. Big brother. Shodai looked at Hongyun in surprise. Hongyun stared at Shodai with her eyes wide open. Shodai was stunned. Then, he sighed. Okay. Shodai nodded. Yang Chuan was bewildered. What was in the egg? Why was Hongyun willing to pay such a price? Well, Shoddi has agreed. Now, let's open the seal, Hongyun said solemnly. How? Zizi asked curiously. You and Shoddi each have a road to the underworld. You only need to combine the two roads and pour the egg in. The rest will be done by us, Hongyun said solemnly. Okay. Zizi nodded. Chapter 1537. All right. Zizi nodded. Silence. Hongyun suddenly shouted in all directions. Boom. Everyone quieted down. Disciples of the realm of gods, guard the area. Kill anyone who dares to come close, Hongyun said. Yes, sir. Countless disciples immediately responded. At this moment, Hongyun looked at the huge egg again. Brothers, let's begin, Hongyun shouted. Yes. Everyone replied. Jin Dayu. Shoddi suddenly shouted. Yes. Jin Dayu immediately stepped forward. Hongyun and the rest frowned and looked at Shoddi. Help me carry the gourd, Shoddi said. Yes. Jin Dayu replied excitedly. The gourd brothers looked at each other but did not say anything. Grandfather, you will be opening the seal of the egg later. Shall I carry the gourd for you? Meng Hongying stepped forward and said. Meng Sansheng looked at Meng Hongying and Shoddi with a frown. Finally, he nodded and said, All right, be careful. Yes. Meng Hongying smiled. Meng Hongying took the Hongmeng gourd and stood beside Meng Sansheng. Hongyun and the rest looked at each other and called for a subordinate to carry the gourd for them. Hongyun, Tian Mao, Shoddi, and the rest of the group quickly surrounded the huge egg. The 7 of them stood beside a chain that was connected to the huge egg. All right, Zizi, let's begin, Hongyun shouted. Zizi looked at Yang Chuan and Yang Chuan nodded. River Styx, appear. Zizi shouted. A torrential yellow spring suddenly appeared, rushing down from the top towards the giant egg. Boom. The river Styx road instantly flowed into the huge egg. Although there were no gaps in the huge egg, the river Styx continued to flow into it. Netherworld, show yourself, Shoddi suddenly shouted. Boom. Another river Styx rushed into the huge egg. Rumble. The two river Styx road connected heaven and earth. As soon as the aura of the river Styx was released, the surrounding area darkened. For a moment, there were even some ghosts struggling on the river Styx road. However, the ghosts could not struggle for long and were soon sucked into the huge egg. The magnificent scene made the surrounding cultivators widen their eyes. They did not know what the people from the realm of gods were going to do. Absolute power, red. Peerless power, orange. Peerless power, yellow. Peerless power, green. Peerless strength, Qing. Absolute power, blue. Peerless power, purple. The 7 Calabash brothers immediately let out a loud cry, and all kinds of power surged out along the chains, rushing toward the giant egg. Rumble. Surging power surged into the giant rainbow egg, and it instantly blossomed with millions of rays of light. Violent light instantly filled the entire world of the living. The sky was originally filled with sunlight, but in an instant, the entire world of the living was filled with colorful light. The powerhouses of the world were all alarmed. They all walked out of the main hall and looked towards the source of the light, towards the central heaven continent. Zhong Shan, Dongfang Bubai, and Wu Jiong were all confused. Yellow Springs Road? Lotus God stood behind Invincible East and exclaimed in surprise. He actually used the Yellow Springs Road to break the seal. Could it be that this seal was placed by fate? Invincible East frowned. Master, there are Yellow Springs Road in every world. I also mastered it in the Great Evil World, but I didn't find anything special about it, Lotus God said curiously. The Yellow Springs Road in the Boundless World, Great Kindness World, and Great Evil World are just replicas of the first world. They are not the real Yellow Springs Road. Only the first world has it, and there are only 6 of them in this world. Invincible East explained. Oh. The outer South Continent and the outer North Continent each have one. Meng Zizi and Shoddi each have one. The last one is in Chao's hands. Unfortunately, the 5th one disappeared with Chao's fall, Invincible East said. Then, what about the last one? The last one is in the hands of the Great Force Supremacy. Unfortunately, as the Great Force Supremacy ascended, it merged with the world's fortune. This is also the reason why Feng Shui masters can use the power of Feng Shui to travel between the two worlds. Invincible East said. I stayed in the outer South continent for a while, but I didn't find anything strange about the Yellow Springs Road in the outer South continent. Lotus God was confused. First there is the Yellow Springs, then there is heaven, Invincible East said faintly. Ah! Lotus God didn't understand, but she was surprised by his words. First there is the Yellow Springs, then there is heaven? There is only one thing to break the seal of fate, and that is the Yellow Springs Road. This egg is sealed by fate. Invincible East frowned. Fate. Invincible East didn't explain further, but looked at the giant egg curiously. Clatter. The sound of chains rattling could be heard from the giant egg. As the 7 Calabash brothers worked together with the 2 Yellow Springs Road, the chain pattern on the giant egg gradually materialized. The rattling sounds continued, and the chain pattern on the giant egg became fewer and fewer. Good, continue to work hard. Scarlet Cloud shouted. Boom. The 7 Calabash brothers poured in again, manipulating the Yellow Springs Road to work on the seal quickly. Hoo-a-la-la-la. More and more chains were released, and the giant egg gradually became clear. Until the last round, the chains were released continuously in the excitement of the crowd. Swoosh. The last 7 chains suddenly exploded and left the giant hall. The moment they left the giant egg, they were sucked into the void and disappeared. The seal of fate had disappeared. All the experts stopped, and they were extremely excited. Shodai and ZZ stopped, and the Yellow Springs Road stopped. The colorful light of the giant egg converged and was absorbed into the interior. The color of the giant egg gradually turned white. The milky white giant egg slowly emitted a soft halo. Crack. Above the giant egg, there was the sound of a shell breaking. Everyone suddenly opened their eyes wide, not wanting to miss a single thing. Crack, 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 crack. Like a spider web, it instantly covered the giant egg. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out from the giant egg. Endless white waves of air burst out from the giant egg. Boom. The vast white airwaves rushed out like a tsunami, soaring to the sky. In an instant, the sky of the Central Territory was suddenly covered by endless white light, and endless white gas covered the sky and the sun. In an instant, it rushed through the entire Central Territory. Buzz. In an instant, countless cultivators in the world were surrounded by righteous chi, as if they were welcoming the white light of the Middle Sky continent. Buzz. 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 In an instant, endless righteous chi flowed in the world, and the white light rushed to the sky. It was extremely dazzling. A monstrous aura radiated from the Central Territory and rushed to all corners of the world. Across a large number of territories, the peerless experts' faces all changed. In front of the Taiji Palace in the Great Ju realm in the West Outer Continent. Such powerful energy, Wu Jiong exclaimed. Di Renjie's face changed. Great Emperor, this is not good. The righteous chi around me is so dense, as if there's a force stirring my heart and making me worship. Oh! Wu Jiong's face darkened. He waved his hand. Roar. The surging power of providence rushed toward Di Renjie, helping him resist the demon in his heart. Not only Di Renjie, but all the people who cultivated were the same. Countless small academies and great scholars in the world suddenly knelt down and worshipped the Central Territory. In the North Outer Continent. In front of the Immortal Palace. Zhongshan's face also darkened. He reached out his hand, and countless merits and providence flowed into the civil officials' bodies to stop the turmoil in their hearts. In the Northeast Continent. Dongfang Bubai's face also darkened. Master, this is righteous chi. What a surging righteous chi. It's drowning the entire Central Territory? Lotus Goddess said in surprise. Master, this can't be. Lotus Goddess's face suddenly changed. An expert of the first epoch, the great emperor of Qi. Dongfang Bubai said with a gloomy face. The great emperor of Qi? Lotus Goddess gasped. Not long ago, her strongest Dharma treasure, the great emperor of Chi's Dharma treasure, was rumored to be the great emperor of Chi's Dharma treasure. She had even transcended with the great emperor of Chi's Dharma treasure. Just his Dharma treasure alone could help people transcend. How strong was the great emperor of Chi? But now, the great emperor of Chi had appeared. He had really appeared. Lotus Goddess stared at the central territory with wide eyes, not willing to miss a single thing. The great emperor of Chi. Dongfang Bubai whispered the name Central Territory. The giant egg broke open, and the surging righteous Chi rushed into the sky and swept across the world. For a moment, the entire world was illuminated by the righteous Chi. The countless cultivators standing nearby were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Yang Chuan stared at the giant egg. The moment the giant egg broke open, the righteous Chi surged out. Yang Chuan saw a white lotus flower slowly emerge from it. The lotus flower was in the shape of smoke, and a beautiful woman in white sat on the lotus flower. The woman in white's body also seemed to be in the shape of smoke, swaying with the wind and swaying. Plop, plop, plop. Peerless godly weapon, red cloud, greets the master. Peerless godly weapon, sky eye, greets the master. Peerless godly weapon, shoddy eye, greets the master. Peerless godly weapon, Huang Luo, greets the master. Peerless godly weapon, Emperor Minute, greets the master. Peerless godly weapon, Jade Chalene, greets the master. Peerless godly weapon, Meng Sansheng, greets the master. The 7 Calabash brothers knelt down and worshipped the woman in the shape of smoke. Plop. Behind Yang Chuan, a disciple of the divine world looked at the woman in the shape of smoke. Suddenly, his eyes became hollow, as if his soul had been sucked away by the woman. Greetings, Master. The disciple of the divine world bowed respectfully. Then, the eyes of the disciples of the divine world gradually became hollow. They looked at the woman in white as if they were willing to sacrifice their souls. One by one, they knelt down and worshipped her. Not only the disciples of the divine world. Outside, the millions of experts who were invited to watch the ceremony were also in a daze. One by one, they knelt down and worshipped the woman in the shape of smoke. Millions of people worshipped her devoutly. The scene was spectacular. Everyone seemed to have lost their souls. The woman in the shape of smoke seemed to have a magical power that could steal people's souls, making them involuntarily worship her. At this moment, everyone suddenly became muddle-headed. Even Yang Chuan suddenly became absent-minded, let alone ZZ. The only ones who were awake were the 7 people who were holding the bottle gourds. At this moment, they were awake. They looked at the amazing scene in front of them in astonishment. Chapter 1538. In the central weave, the surging righteous Chi covered the sky and the sun, and the powerhouses in all directions could not see what was happening inside. Great Ju Realm. Is there any news from the Central Territory? Wu Jiong asked in a low voice. No. We seem to have lost contact with all of our spies. Shangguan Wan frowned. Contact him again, Wu Jiong said in a low voice. Yes. Shangguan Wan immediately retreated. Outer North Continent. Zhongshan stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him stood a group of subordinates. Sector Lord, there seems to be a peerless expert born in the Central Territory. We've lost contact with all of our people in the Central Weave, one of the officials said with a frown. Yes, a peerless expert was born. There is only one person who could command the righteous Chi of the world. He is the first epoch's honorable Chi, Zhongshan said solemnly. Supreme Chi? The peerless experts of the first epoch have begun to appear. For our greater realms, the most important thing right now is to fuse with the Netherworld's North Outer Continent. I have already met with old ancestor Nether River. I will fuse with the North Outer Continent immediately, Zhongshan said solemnly. Yes. The Northeast Continent. Eastern Training Hall. Invincible East and Lotus Goddess were looking at the central weave. Ah, Sectmaster, it's bad. Not far away, a cry of alarm suddenly came. Dongfang Bubai and Lotus Goddess turned to look. He saw Meng Lingtian. Meng Lingtian, the ancestor of Meng Rongrong and Meng Wanruo, a former immortal of the Julu Academy, left the sealed realm and went to the eastern sect to follow Dongfang Bubai. In the past, he had obtained a vine demon like the Nether King. Boom! Meng Lingtian was surrounded by giant vines, forming a huge sea of vines in the blink of an eye. Within the sea of vines, a humanoid vine monster opened its mouth and roared. Countless vines connected to the sea of vines around it. Meng Lingtian was submerged in the blink of an eye. Sect leader, the vine demon is leaving me, Meng Lingtian exclaimed. Vine demon, a peerless divine weapon? 6th. Lotus God's expression changed. Let it go. Invincible East said indifferently. Yes. Meng Lingtian revealed a trace of unwillingness. Wow. The vine monster soared into the sky and flew rapidly toward the central territory. At the same time, Underworld. The Nether King was currently patrolling a territory. Suddenly, the vine monster, which had been under control, rushed out. Boom. The vine demons turned into a vast sea of vines. Wow. The vine monster soared into the sky. Stop. Vine demon, what happened to you? Nether King cried out in alarm. However, the Nether King couldn't stop it at all. The vine monster pierced through the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What's going on? The Nether King's face sank. He turned around and headed towards the Great Qin City to report to Yang Chuan. The central weave. On top of a white lotus in the form of mist sat an extremely beautiful woman. The eyes of the countless experts in the surroundings were empty. It was as if they had lost their souls as they worshipped the beautiful woman in the center. At this moment, Zizi's expression was empty. Even Yang Chuan was absent-minded. The woman was also in the form of mist. She didn't have a physical body, but she seemed to have a great magical power. Other than the 7 Calabash brothers who were kneeling on the ground, the other 7 people who were hugging the calabash woke up. Jin Dayu and Meng Hongying widened their eyes and looked at the scene in amazement. On top of the white lotus, the woman sat with her eyes closed. Gradually, she opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, an even greater magical power was sucked out. Zizi couldn't help but want to kneel down. When the magical power was released, it affected Yang Chuan and wanted to make Yang Chuan kneel down as well. Buzz. 2 Emperor altars suddenly appeared under Yang Chuan's feet. The Emperor altars appeared instinctively and resisted the magical power that suddenly appeared. Yang Chuan suddenly jolted awake. At this moment, the misty woman looked at Zizi. Before Yang Chuan could react, the misty woman suddenly dove down towards Zizi. She was so fast that she arrived in front of Zizi in the blink of an eye. As the misty woman moved, a surging wave of righteous energy rushed out. Boom! The violent wave of energy sent even Yang Chuan flying. So powerful! Yang Chuan exclaimed. However, this wasn't what shocked Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan was shocked to see the misty woman in front of Zizi. Zizi's eyes were empty and she didn't resist at all. Instead, she was waiting for the misty woman with reverence. The misty woman reached out and passed through Zizi's body. Zizi's body suddenly trembled. Fusion. Possession. Immortalized and returned. Yang Chuan suddenly exclaimed. Yang Chuan remembered that Kong Huangtian had taken Kong Aotian's body when he was reborn. Emperor Rosefinch had taken Miao Rulai's body when he was reborn. Jiang Chen had taken Pan Sheng's body when he was reborn. Now, the misty woman in front of him wanted to possess his body after she was reborn. She wanted to possess Zizi. In an instant, Yang Chuan was furious and wanted to rush over. However, it was too late when he was knocked away. No! Yang Chuan exclaimed. Zizi's body was about to be possessed. At this moment, a red figure suddenly appeared. Boom! The red figure stood in front of Zizi. Rumble! The misty woman rushed into the red figure's body. At that moment, Yang Chuan saw her face clearly. Meng Hongying. Meng Hongying was the one who saved Zizi the moment she was about to be possessed. At the same time, she replaced Zizi with her own body. Were they close sisters? That didn't seem to be the case. When Meng Hongying saved Zizi, she wasn't looking at Zizi. Instead, she was looking at Yang Chuan, who was not far away. Her long hair fluttered in the wind and time seemed to have slowed down. Meng Hongying was about to lose her consciousness after being attacked by the misty woman. However, she looked at Yang Chuan with a sad but beautiful smile. That smile was filled with satisfaction and regret. Meng Hongying smiled when she saw Yang Chuan's anxious face. At the same time, Meng Hongying felt her consciousness suddenly sink into oblivion. Her consciousness gradually faded. Meng Hongying instinctively pushed Zizi toward Yang Chuan. Bam! Zizi was pushed toward Yang Chuan. Let's go, Meng Hongying said in a hoarse voice. Boom! The misty woman entered Meng Hongying's body immediately. Yang Chuan hugged Zizi. Looking at Meng Hongying's final look of despair and satisfaction, he felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Bam! Meng Hongying's body fell to the ground. However, white mist soon emerged from Meng Hongying's body again. The misty woman slowly came out of Meng Hongying's body. Master, please forgive me. I have failed to take care of this girl. Meng Sansheng immediately knelt down in Jiaohu. Yang Chuan did not hesitate and flew into the sky with Zizi in his arms. Boom! Yang Chuan quickly flew toward the east. While flying, he turned his head and looked at Meng Hongying, who was lying on the ground with a complicated expression. Zizi was unconscious and he had to leave this place as soon as possible. The misty woman was too strange and too powerful. Where are you going? Hongyun, Meng Sansheng, and Huang Luo shouted as they grabbed their gourds and flew into the sky. Rumble. The misty woman slowly came out of Meng Hongying's body. How dare you take away the body that I want? The misty woman shouted. Boom. Stepping on the surging righteous energy, the misty woman soared into the sky and chased after Yang Chuan. The righteous qi was like a surging river as it chased after Yang Chuan. In the central territory, countless devout cultivators were still kneeling with empty eyes, as if they had lost their souls, waiting for the return of the great exalted qi. Jin Dayu saw that the situation was not right and immediately wanted to fly into the sky. Kid, where are you going? Yu Lin blocked Jin Dayu. What are you trying to do? Jin Dayu was surprised. Isn't he the younger brother of the Great Lord? Why is he stopping me? Third brother? Tell me, what should we do now? Yu Lin looked at Sho Di. Great Lord. Jin Dayu was surprised. Yu Lin, get out of the way, Sho Di said. Hey! Tian Mao, Emperor Minute, and Yu Lin's faces darkened. Third brother, have you forgotten our mission? Sovereign Minute cried out. Sho Di looked at Emperor Minute coldly and said, Fifth brother, do I need you to teach me what to do? Third brother, what do you mean? What do I mean? Humph, do you think I don't know that you are chasing after my descendants? Do you think I'm a fool? Sho Di's eyes were cold. Third brother, we were afraid that you would feel sorry for them, so we helped you. How could you do this? Yu Lin frowned. Third brother, you have changed. Emperor Minute shouted. Jin Dayu, who was holding the killer god gourd, suddenly understood. The people who were chasing after the Jin family were from the divine world. They were the ones in front of him. Sho Di knew it from the beginning. Sho Di had refused to recognize him because he wanted to protect him. These people wanted to kill him. Jin Dayu, leave now. Sho Di shouted. Yes. Jin Dayu quivered. He turned into a golden crow and soared into the sky. Stop. Where are you going? Emperor Minute shouted angrily. Boom. Emperor Minute soared into the sky with the ice-toad gourd in his hand. Whoosh. Sho Di grabbed the killer god gourd and stood in front of Emperor Minute. Fifth brother. Sho Di shouted coldly. Third brother, you can't keep making mistakes. Emperor Minute shouted angrily. Let him go. Sho Di insisted. Humph. Tian Mao soared into the sky and arrived in front of Sho Di instantly. Second brother. Sho Di's face darkened. Yu Lin, go after Jin Dayu. Emperor Minute and I will stay here. Tian Mao said. Yes. Old Sixth Yu Lin immediately rushed up to the sky, chasing after Jin Dayu. Sho Di did not stop him. He only blocked Tian Mao and Emperor Minute. Third brother, are you going against the rules? Tian Mao said. Second brother, allow me to be presumptuous for a while. You have killed the other descendants. Let Jin Dayu go. Sho Di pleaded. Jin Dayu's speed was extremely fast, and he flew far away in the blink of an eye. However, Yu Lin was faster. Soon, he caught up with Jin Dayu. Ha ha ha, trying to escape? Yu Lin pounced on Jin Dayu. What? Jin Dayu screamed and tried to escape. However, Yu Lin was about to catch him. Jin Dayu screamed. At this moment, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Suddenly, a golden fist appeared. Boom! The punch landed heavily on Yu Lin's body. The immense force instantly sent Yu Lin flying backward. Golden Sovereign? Yu Lin's expression changed the moment he was sent flying. Let's go. Golden Sovereign rolled up his sleeves and disappeared with Jin Dayu. Stop! Yu Lin shouted angrily. On the other side, Great Master Qi, Hong Yun, Huang Luo and Meng Sansheng were chasing after Yang Chuan. Boom! Yang Chuan had long blood-red hair. Stepping on the Great Monarch's altar, he carried ZZ and flew away at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 1539. Yang Chuan carried ZZ and flew towards the east. Hong Yun, Huang Luo, and Meng Sansheng were hot on his heels. Boom! 4 after-images were left in the air. They were extremely fast. ZZ! Yang Chuan shouted anxiously. ZZ's eyes were still closed in his arms, as if she had lost her soul. Yang Chuan's face was filled with worry. Stop! Yang Chuan, stop! Leave my granddaughter behind. How dare you, Yang Chuan? The 3 behind him shouted angrily. Yang Chuan's eyes flashed with anger. It wasn't that Yang Chuan was afraid of them, but that ZZ seemed to have been bewitched. He had to find a place for ZZ to recover. Moreover, Yang Chuan guessed that the person who broke the seal was Senior Qi. Senior Qi would catch up soon. Although he wasn't afraid, what about ZZ? Shameless God Realm, I and ZZ helped you break the seal out of kindness, and this is how you repay us? Yang Chuan shouted angrily. The 3 behind him looked gloomy, but they weren't moved by Yang Chuan's words. Yang Chuan, Master chose Meng ZZ to be his reincarnation. That is her fate, her fortune, Hong Yun said in a deep voice. Yang Chuan, ZZ is my granddaughter, Meng Sansheng shouted. Bullshit granddaughter, HMPH, ZZ has nothing to do with you. Yang Chuan shouted angrily. HMPH, Yang Chuan, no matter what, ZZ must stay. You can't run away. We're just chasing you first. Master will be here soon, Huang Luo shouted. Yang Chuan's face sank. Yang Chuan's hair was red. He had pushed his strength to the maximum, but it was still difficult to get rid of the 3, especially Hong Yun. Blood God's son, come out. Yang Chuan suddenly shouted. Boom! All of a sudden, 3,000 Yang Chuan's silhouettes appeared in the void and gathered together. They formed a team of 2 and immediately shot out in all directions like a swarm of bees. What? Meng Sansheng's expression changed greatly. Suddenly, he didn't know which one to chase. Big brother, what do we do now? Meng Sansheng asked in alarm. Hong Yun also stopped abruptly. She was at a loss. What should she do? 1,500 directions, how was he supposed to catch up? If only second brother was here. Let's make the first move. Hong Yun said anxiously. Treasures, please accept. Meng Sansheng shouted loudly, and his strength surged towards the Blood God's clones. Treasure, please go on a trip. Rogue Luo also shouted. Instantly, a large number of Blood God's illusions were wiped out. However, there were still many groups that ran away. The 3 of them felt helpless. He could only chase after them based on his instincts. Boom! At this moment, a mass of righteous energy chased after them from behind. It was so fast that it caught up to them in the blink of an eye. Wherever the boundless righteous energy reached, the heavens and the earth lit up. An incomparably majestic aura rushed out in all directions. It was as if he was the supreme god of heaven and earth, overlooking all living things. Lord Hong Yun, Rogue Luo, and Meng Sansheng gathered towards the boundless righteous energy. Inside the boundless righteous energy, the great lord stood on the white lotus and chased in a direction. Hong Yun and the other 2 lost Yang Chuan, but the Great Lord could see through them at a glance. Boom! Wherever the Great Lord arrived, countless weak-willed cultivators knelt on the ground, as if they were worshipping the Great Lord. Yang Chuan carried ZZ and flew quickly. ZZ in his arms was still expressionless. Yang Chuan was anxious. What's going on? ZZ, is your soul taken? Yang Chuan asked anxiously. Rumble. Behind him, Yang Chuan already felt a huge aura rushing towards him. It's coming. Yang Chuan's face sank. Yang Chuan had already flown to a sea. Continue flying east. It was too late. The Great Lord was about to catch up. How could he continue flying? Yang Chuan's face was ferocious. He stepped forward and stabilized himself in the air. He turned his head and looked at the Great Lord who was rushing towards him from afar. Boundless blood sea. Boom. In the vast sea, Yang Chuan stepped on the blood waves, coldly waiting for the arrival of the Great Lord. Above the blood sea, towering cypress trees connected the sky full of stars. For a moment, the stars in the world lit up. Boom. The Great Lord arrived in an instant. Billows of chi rushed out. The boundless righteous energy formed a vast sea of righteous energy, surrounding heaven and earth. The surging boundless righteous energy surrounded the entire blood sea in the blink of an eye. The boundless righteous energy was unparalleled. In the sea of righteous energy, the Great Lord's body was still in the form of smoke. As he swayed, he stepped on the white lotus, looking dignified and majestic. Boom! Hongyun and the other two followed behind and stood behind the Great Lord of the Qi clan. On the opposite side, Yang Chuan's face was ferocious. Great Lord, my wife and I were kind enough to release your seal. Is this how you repay us? Yang Chuan shouted. On the opposite side, the Great Lord looked at Yang Chuan. You are Fourth Epoch, Lord of the Great Heaven Realm, Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan said solemnly. 16 levels of heaven? Far from enough. The Great Lord said lightly. Regardless of whether it is enough or not, those of us who came later are constantly working hard to do our part for the world. Let's not talk about our persistence. At the very least, you came out because ZZ released your seal. You are indebted to ZZ, yet you want to take her body? Yang Chuan shouted. The Great Lord looked at ZZ. She was created by me. She released my seal. It's only right. The Great Lord said lightly. Her? You created her? Yang Chuan was in disbelief. Not far away, Hongyun said, Yang Chuan, the God realm was created by the Great Lord. We 7 brothers were also created by the Great Lord. We are weapons refined by the Great Lord. ZZ's parents were born by Meng Sansheng. ZZ was born because of us. She was created by the Great Lord. Yang Chuan's eyelids twitched wildly. They were all created by the Great Lord. In that case, ZZ was indeed related to the Great Lord. Great Lord, there are countless experts in the God realm. Why are you only interested in my wife? Yang Chuan frowned. Her body is the most compatible with my will. Only she can restore me to my former self, the Great Lord said solemnly. He was not unreasonable, but there was an undeniable dominance. Chimph, I don't care who you are. ZZ is my wife. No one can touch her, Yang Chuan shouted. She has given her soul to me. You can't take her away. She only believes in me. Even if you take her away, she will come back on her own. The Great Lord said lightly. Soul? Yang Chuan's eyes widened. ZZ's eyes were empty. Did she lose her soul? Yang Chuan's eyes turned cold as he looked at the Great Lord again. Great Lord. You have just awakened and don't have a body. You are not at your strongest right now, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Oh. The Great Lord looked at Yang Chuan. Towering cypress trees, filling the sky with the power of the stars. Yang Chuan suddenly shouted. Rumble. The cypress tree spun slowly, and the rolling energy rushed towards Yang Chuan's palm. The blood sea roared, and the rolling energy rushed towards Yang Chuan. The Great Emperor altar also surged with endless energy. Great Void Arcane Art. Yang Chuan's hand of Tao pushed towards the Great Lord. Rumble. The rolling river of stars rushed towards the Great Lord. How dare you? Hongyun and the others shouted. 16 levels of heaven? You can actually unleash the power of 17 levels of heaven? Not bad. The Great Lord laughed. Suddenly, the Great Lord pushed out his palm. Rumble. The rolling awe-inspiring vital energy condensed into a giant white palm and crashed towards Yang Chuan's river of stars. Boom. The two forces collided with each other. The huge explosion instantly tore the void apart, but it was quickly filled up by the awe-inspiring vital energy. Yang Chuan used almost all of his strength when the two forces collided. In the shallow star layer, all the stars shone. In the deep star layer, more than 2,000 stars shone, and the rolling energy came. Yang Chuan's face was fierce, and he used all of his strength. On the opposite side, the Great Lord who was facing Yang Chuan's palm narrowed his eyes. The awe-inspiring vital energy increased again. Rumble. The awe-inspiring vital energy slowly pushed the river of stars back. Yang Chuan's attack could not do anything to the Great Lord. Yang Chuan versus the Great Lord's consciousness. All the experts in the world were watching. Zhong Shan, Wu Jiong, and Jiang Chen all looked gloomy. The Great Lord's power was too strong. This was merely a body of consciousness. Yang Chuan's power was definitely at the 17th level of heaven, but it was slowly being pushed back by the Great Lord. In the river of stars, stars exploded one after another. Yang Chuan's great void arcane art was gradually at a disadvantage. Yang Chuan's face was gloomy. The Great Lord was too strong. In his other hand, Yang Chuan took out a jade talisman, which the Snake Clan had given to Yang Chuan in the past. It could help Yang Chuan resolve a crisis. But could Fushi block the Great Lord? Blocking was not the most important thing. The most important thing was Zizi's soul. He had to get Zizi's soul back. Roar. Yang Chuan exerted more strength in his hand. However, the Great Lord's expression became more and more serious, and his power became stronger and stronger. Yang Chuan's river of stars was gradually losing. Was the divine power of the second era not enough? Yang Chuan was about to crush the jade talisman. Suddenly, Yang Chuan felt the power of his river of stars increase. In the deep star layer, there were 3,000 stars. Yang Chuan could mobilize the power of more than 2,000 stars. However, there were still nearly 1,000 stars that he could not mobilize. But at this moment, the 1,000 stars suddenly lit up, and a wave of star power quickly rushed into the cypress tree. They were mobilized by Yang Chuan. Yang Chuan was slightly taken aback. Why did his power suddenly increase? However, this was not the point. The point was to kill the Great Lord and get Zizi's soul back. Break! Yang Chuan shouted, and all the power of the constellations gathered into the river of stars again. This was the true power of all the stars. It was extremely vast and surging. Around the northeast continent, Dongfang sect. Countless stars suddenly surrounded Dongfang Bubai's palm, connecting the 3,000 stars and allowing the power of the 3,000 stars to converge on Yang Chuan. Master, are you helping Yang Chuan? Lotus Goddess asked in surprise. Dongfang Bubai nodded and did not speak. He just stared into the distance with a grave expression. Dongfang Bubai helped Yang Chuan mobilize the power of the 3,000 constellations for the first time. Boom! The terrifying power tore through the endless righteousness and rushed toward the Great Lord of Qi. Oh! The Great Lord of Qi's expression changed. Break! Yang Chuan roared. Boom! The righteousness shattered. The power of the river of stars was unstoppable. It rushed out and all the righteousness collapsed. Even the consciousness of the grand supremacy of Qi had suffered a heavy blow. Boom! The consciousness of the great exalted Qi exploded with a loud bang, completely disintegrating. Meng Sansheng and Ruo Luo were suddenly knocked back. Only Hongyun barely stood firm. Master! Hongyun exclaimed. Master's consciousness has collapsed. No! Hongyun exclaimed. Chapter 1540. The righteous energy in the surroundings suddenly shattered. Even the white lotus beneath the supremacy of Qi collapse. The power of the Milky Way was boundless, tearing through the void. A loud explosion shook heaven and earth. The entire mortal realm was shaking violently, and the entire world was trembling violently. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. A group of ambitious and ruthless people watched with wide eyes. Great Ju realm. So powerful. Yuan Tiangang exclaimed. A divine ability from the second era? Wu Jiong clenched his fists. According to the legends of the third era, Bai Huang was truly powerful. He actually created such a divine ability. Shangguan Wan exclaimed. Jiangchen Celestial Realm. Jiangchen stood at the Yellow Springs path in South Outer Continent, his eyes narrowed. He stared at Yang Chuan, his eyes shining brighter and brighter. Yang Chuan, you can't be too weak, he said solemnly. Eastern sect. The Lotus Goddess stared at the scene with wide eyes. Even she might not have been able to block that attack just now. Invincible East let out a long sigh and slowly withdrew the stars in his hand. When Invincible East withdrew his hand, the distant Yang Chuan suddenly sensed that he'd lost contact with nearly 1,000 stars. Yang Chuan turned to look at the Eastern sect. He happened to see Invincible East withdraw his hand. As expected, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Apart from his grandfather and himself, the only person who could mobilize the stars in the sky was the strongest person in the second era, Invincible East. No. Master. Some were delighted, while others were worried. The supremacy of Qi had been killed in the blink of an eye. The three Calabash brothers immediately cried out in alarm. The supremacy of Qi wasn't just their master, but also their faith. Had their faith crumbled? No, Master won't die. As long as the karmic luck remains, Master won't die, Scarlet Cloud suddenly cried out. Everyone's expressions changed at Scarlet Cloud's words. Indeed, the supremacy of Qi had transformed the world's karmic luck in the first era. As long as the karmic luck remained, the supremacy of Qi couldn't be killed. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the world's karmic luck still surged. Take Xianyang for example. In the past, it had gathered karmic luck. Later, it absorbed karmic merit, luck, and the way of karmic luck. As long as one's destiny is not exhausted, Xianyang will not vanish. His luck was still there. Then the Great Reverend could not have been killed. Yang Chuan's complexion also abruptly changed. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He jerked his head around. Not far away, ZZ, who was wrapped in a sea of blood, suddenly looked spirited. 2 18-colored beams shot out from ZZ's eyes. There wasn't much light, but it was extremely dazzling. A torrential Qi wave suddenly erupted from ZZ's side. Boom. Boundless righteous energy instantly exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. Yang Chuan was the first to bear the brunt of the impact and was even sent flying by this tremendous force. Honorable Qi practitioner. Yang Chuan, who was flying backwards, suddenly shouted in shock. Boom. The surging righteous Qi once again gathered at Purplish Purple. Purplish Purple stepped on a pure white lotus and floated into the sky. An aura that was even more powerful than before was suddenly emitted. Boom. It was as if the might of the heavens had descended upon the mortal realm. The common people of the Middle Sky Continent and the 36 dominions were suddenly forced to kneel down. It was the same in all the continents. The mortals all knelt down, and the cultivators were all terrified. Wu Jiong's face darkened. He waved his hand. Roar. Above the sea of karmic luck clouds, the golden dragon of karmic luck roared, trying to resist this great pressure. However, just as it roared, the golden dragon of karmic luck suddenly rebelled. What? Wu Jiong's expression changed. The golden dragon of karmic luck suddenly bowed to the Great Reverend in the distance. Oh no. Wu Jiong's expression changed. Boom. Boundless karmic merit, luck, and way of karmic luck crashed into the golden dragon of karmic luck. Immediately, the golden dragon of karmic luck was drowned. It was the same in Xianyang. The golden dragon of karmic luck was originally resisting the pressure from the Great Reverend's aura, but in an instant, it turned around. Ang. Above the sea of clouds, karmic merit, luck, and way of karmic luck each turned into a golden dragon of karmic luck, a golden dragon of karmic luck, and a golden dragon of way of karmic luck. The three dragons suppressed the golden dragon of karmic luck at the same time. Karmic luck, way of karmic luck, and way of karmic luck instantly drowned it. The major celestial realms were fine, but some of the smaller nations were miserable. In the Middle Heaven continent, the karmic luck of some of the smaller celestial dynasties and holy palaces immediately bowed to the Great Reverend, even ignoring their respective kings. The karmic luck of the world bowed to the Great Reverend. The karmic luck of the major academies also all bowed to him. Even the karmic luck of the Eastern sect bowed to the Great Reverend. Invincible East's face darkened, and he waved his hand. Boom! Rolling stars suddenly appeared in the sky, connecting with the power of the stars and trapping all the karmic luck of the Eastern sect. Invincible East looked coldly at the Great Reverend in the distance. The Great Reverend had possessed ZZ's body. My lord. Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, my lord. Hong Yun, Huang Luo, and Meng San Sheng were overjoyed. The Great Reverend stood in the void, surrounded by righteous energy, commanding the karmic luck of the world. At this moment, he was staring at Yang Chuan opposite him. How can this be? I've already protected ZZ, how can you still possess her body? Yang Chuan's face was extremely ugly. Was the great calamity of ZZ that the Butterfly Queen had mentioned really unavoidable? ZZ's entire temperament had changed. She emitted a domineering aura, and endless karmic luck bowed to her. She was the ruler of the world. No one can stop my recovery, the Great Reverend said in a deep voice. Yang Chuan's mind was in a mess. His mind was filled with memories of ZZ. Don't come over, don't come over. You can still laugh. No, you don't understand, this is fate, no one can escape, no one can escape. Yang Chuan, Zhujian Sheng and the rest should have told you about my evil ways. Back then, our parents set the marriage, I won't force you. Write a letter of divorce, and we'll be even. I like to be alone, it's quieter, I'll listen to you. When his mind was filled with ZZ's laughter and trust, Yang Chuan's heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. In the end, all his memories stopped at the words I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. ZZ trusted him, so she let him make all the decisions. In the end, she was possessed by the Great Reverend. Give me back ZZ. Yang Chuan shouted angrily again. He reached out his hand and summoned the blood sea again. The Great Reverend snorted. This time, the Great Reverend attacked first. As he reached out, his palm struck toward Yang Chuan. The void shattered, and endless righteous energy gathered. The palm, 10 times stronger than before, instantly arrived in front of Yang Chuan. Break! Yang Chuan shouted. However, the difference in power was too great. Gathering the power of the world's providence, the Great Reverend's palm was unstoppable. It instantly shattered Yang Chuan's palm and arrived in front of Yang Chuan's face. Boom! The blood sea and Yang Chuan exploded in an instant. It was too fast, too powerful. He destroyed Yang Chuan in an instant. The heroes of the world shuddered. Was this the power of the First Era? The Great Reverend of the First Era? Yang Chuan, whose name shook the world, was only a match for one palm in front of the Great Chi Lord. Just one palm? Countless experts who were watching the battle suddenly quivered. At Xianyang Pass. Father! Fusu exclaimed. Yang Chuan! Mo Yu she also exclaimed. This battle had shaken the world. Naturally, many peerless experts were paying attention to Xianyang Pass. When they saw Yang Chuan being destroyed by the Great Reverend, everyone exclaimed in horror. The Great Reverend had destroyed Yang Chuan with one palm. Our Lord is invincible. Hong Yun and the others were overjoyed. He was too powerful. That was Yang Chuan. He destroyed him with one palm? The First Era. This was the power of the First Era. Let's go back. The Great Reverend said lightly. Stepping on the White Lotus, the Great Reverend returned to the divine world. Yes. The 3 Calabash brothers followed behind and left quickly. Leaving behind countless shattered voids, they slowly recovered. The void slowly recovered, but the experts of the world were still staring. Dead? Was Yang Chuan really dead? Many experts glanced at Xianyang. Above Xianyang, fate, merit, fortune, and Tao of fortune were still there. Everyone's eyes gathered again. He saw that there were things gathering towards the center of the void from all directions. They were pieces of minced meat. Yang Chuan's minced meat. Large amounts of minced meat quickly gathered in the center and gradually became one. Rumble. The minced meat changed shape and turned back into Yang Chuan's appearance. Restored. The lotus goddess's expression changed. Explosive beast, explosion, restoration, Dongfang Bubai said in a low voice. He stepped onto the great emperor altar. Yang Chuan clenched his fists and stared at the great reverend who was leaving. The great emperor altar was restoring Yang Chuan's body. Great reverend. No one can take away my empress. So what if it's the first era? Yang Chuan snorted. Yang Chuan turned around and shot toward the northeast continent. At that moment, Yang Chuan almost crushed the jade talisman of the Noga clan, but Yang Chuan suppressed it. After all, the Noga clan's promise was to help as much as they could. But the current great reverend might be beyond their ability to deal with him. He might not be able to achieve what he wanted. The first era? The first era was too strong. He couldn't resist at all. Yang Chuan's target was the Eastern sect. At the same time, when the world's heroes saw Yang Chuan come back to life, they all heaved a sigh of relief. They weren't worried about Yang Chuan, but about the great reverend's ability. If someone as strong as Yang Chuan was killed without any resistance, the world would belong to the first era. Fortunately, Yang Chuan was still alive, which meant that the great reverend might not be able to rule the world. In Xianyang, Mo Yuxi and the others were crying tears of joy. As long as Yang Chuan was fine, it was fine. Yang Chuan headed straight for the Eastern sect. Dongfang Bubai and the Lotus Goddess also saw Yang Chuan coming. Master, Yang Chuan seems to be looking for you. The Lotus Goddess frowned. Yes. Dongfang Bubai nodded. What's he doing here? The Great Reverend is so powerful. Does he want you to help him take revenge? The Lotus Goddess frowned. Yang Chuan deliberately killed the Great Reverend just now. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. He wants to get rid of the Great Reverend first, then gather his strength to kill him. Dongfang Bubai nodded. He really wants to kill the Great Reverend now? The Lotus Goddess was surprised. Chapter 1541. Tian Mao and Emperor Minute stopped Sha Di. Yu Lin chased after Jin Dayu. Unexpectedly, a golden sovereign appeared and punched Yu Lin away. Then, he took Jin Dayu and left quickly. Where are you going? Yu Lin chased after them anxiously. On the other side, Sha Di looked at second brother and fifth brother and smiled faintly. Third brother, that's right. You have to remember that we are all masters' weapons. We are all masters' peerless divine weapons. We can't have our own independent consciousness. We belong to Master. Emperor Minute said solemnly. I didn't say that I would betray Master. Sha Di said flatly. Third brother, you've changed a lot since you went to the Great Thousand World. You left your bloodline outside because you want to get rid of the divine realm one day, right? Emperor Minute said, shaking his head. Hey! At the 17th level, one can comprehend the heavenly emergence Tao. Eldest brother and second brother are at the 17th level. Third brother, you are only one step away from the 17th level. As long as Jin Dayu is alive, one of his descendants will be reborn sooner or later. Emperor Minute said. Meng Sancheng's descendants, except for Meng Zizi, have all stayed in the divine realm. They only follow Master's orders. Back then, you thought of another way out. That's why we chased after them. Third brother, wake up. Emperor Minute advised. Hey! Tian Mao raised his eyebrows suddenly. Second brother, what's wrong? Baby, please open. Boom. The orange gourd behind Tian Mao suddenly shot out a light screen. On the light screen, the scene of Golden Sovereign attacking was shown. What? Golden Sovereign? Emperor Min's face changed. Third brother, you're really meticulous. Tian Mao said coldly. Second brother, you're meddling too much. Sha Di said coldly. Go, catch up with Yu Lin and kill Jin Dayu. Tian Mao said. Yes. Emperor Minute rushed up to the sky. Where are you going? Sho Di rushed toward Emperor Minute. Boom. Tian Mao stood in front of Sho Di. Third brother, if you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. Tian Mao said coldly. Sho Di looked cold and ferocious. Baby, please turn around. Swish. The immortal slaying gourd immediately shot out the immortal slaying flying saber, rushing straight toward the heavenly eye. Bastard. Boom. The two of them began to fight. Emperor Minute, however, flew in a different direction. Stop. Sho Di chased after him while fighting. Tian Mao and Sho Di also left the divine world in the chaotic battle. The Calabash brothers left. At this moment, the heavens and earth rumbled. In the distance, Lord Qi was battling Yang Chuan. After a while, the world became clear again. Boom. An enormous aura descended from the sky. Honorable Qi returned with Hongyun, Luo Luo, and Meng Sansheng. Boom. Heaven's might surged out. Greetings, my lord. Countless experts bowed respectfully from all directions. Meng Hongying, who had blocked Qi Master earlier, also knelt respectfully before him. The Great Reverend stood on a white lotus and looked around. Master, these are the leaders of the major forces of the Central Sky Continent. They have come to attend the ceremony and pay respects to Master. Hongyun said respectfully. Everyone, take care of your duties and gather the Middle Heaven Continent. Honorable Qi said calmly. Yes. Tens of thousands of experts bowed respectfully. The group of experts quickly returned to their respective territories with boundless devotion to Honorable Qi. It was foreseeable that the entire Central Sky Continent would soon pay respects to Honorable Qi. Honorable Qi stood on the White Lotus and looked at the Great Thousand World and then at the Great Evil World. Finally, his gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the two worlds and look at the Great Kindness World of the Netherworld. The three corpses are about to merge. Honorable Qi frowned. Master, too many changes have happened in the world in the years since Master ascended. We have experienced 4 eras. Hongyun said respectfully. Oh. Then, Hongyun respectfully described some of the major events that had happened in the world in the past few years and the birth of many peerless experts. Boom. While Hongyun was talking, a rattan monster suddenly flew in from the west. Wow. The rattan monster arrived and bowed respectfully to Honorable Qi. Boom. 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 One by one, the rattan monsters returned. There were 7 of them in total. They formed a huge sea of rattan monsters around the northeast continent, eastern sect. Yang Chuan flew over quickly. From afar, he could see 2 types of power gathering above the eastern sect. Merit and Providence each occupied half the sky. Merit and Providence condensed into a golden dragon. But at this moment, the golden dragon was extremely restless. It was trapped by the power of the stars. Standing in midair, Yang Chuan looked for a while and finally looked at Dongfang Bubai, who was at the entrance of a hall. Yang Chuan greets sect leader Dongfang. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Please. Dongfang Bubai said. Whoosh. Yang Chuan stepped in front of Dongfang Bubai. Lotus deity stood behind Dongfang Bubai. Lotus deity stared at Yang Chuan, resentment flashing in her eyes. But in the end, she could only sigh. Yang Chuan glanced at Lotus deity and was not too surprised. After all, Yang Chuan already knew about Lotus deity's whereabouts. After one glance, he stopped paying attention and stared at Dongfang Bubai. Thank you, sect leader Dongfang, for your help in facing the enemy. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Regardless of the final result, Dongfang Bubai had helped him. It was nothing. Furthermore, I snatched Lotus deity from you in the past. Dongfang Bubai said indifferently. Yang Chuan nodded and said, I have something to discuss with you this time. Oh. Dongfang Bubai looked at Yang Chuan. I'm sure sect leader Dongfang knows my purpose, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Tell me. Kill him, Honorable Qi. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Kill? Dongfang Bubai stared at Yang Chuan with narrowed eyes. The peerless experts of the first epoch have begun to be reborn. The first to be reborn is Great Supremacy. Great Supremacy's rebirth disrupted the world's operations. In the past, she was the embodiment of the world's providence. Now that she has been reborn, the providence will definitely return to her. I'm sure sect leader Dongfang doesn't want your providence to disappear, right? Yang Chuan explained. You want me to help you kill Great Supremacy? Dongfang Bubai stared at Yang Chuan. Great Supremacy's strength is monstrous. I'm sure the world knows about the previous battle. I just want to take back my wife, ZZ. I don't care about anything else. Inviting sect leader Dongfang is just one of the reasons. I will also invite other peerless experts of the world to attend the Supremacy Slaughtering Assembly, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Supremacy Slaughtering Assembly? Dongfang Bubai seemed interested. Supremacy Slaughtering Assembly. Yang Chuan nodded affirmatively. Lotus deity sneered and said, Supremacy Slaughtering Assembly? Ha, do you think all the experts of the world will go crazy with you? Millimeter. Dongfang Bubai frowned slightly, unhappy that Lotus deity interrupted. Master, please forgive me. Lotus deity immediately stopped talking. If I say it, I will naturally do it. Yang Chuan nodded affirmatively. Chapter 1542. Netherworld, North Outer Continent, Chujiang Hall. Zombie Yang Chuan stood in front of Nether River Patriarch with his hands behind his back. The two seemed to have talked about something, and Ice God, who was behind Nether River Patriarch, looked surprised. Nether River Patriarch frowned and looked up at the sky. Honorable Slaughtering Assembly? Nether River Patriarch narrowed his eyes. Yang Chuan invited you. Nether River Patriarch, are you willing to go? Zombie Yang Chuan asked. Nether River Patriarch looked at the sky and was silent for a while. Have you thought about it? Nether River Patriarch suddenly looked at Yang Chuan seriously. Yes. Yang Chuan nodded affirmatively. Honorable Qi is the main force against fate. If you want to kill her, you have to sharpen a sharper blade to replace her, Nether River Patriarch said. All the powerhouses in the world can replace her to fight fate, Yang Chuan said solemnly. Nether River Patriarch smiled and said, it's not that simple. You want to invite all the heroes in the world to kill Honorable Qi. You have to understand that Honorable Qi is not like others. When you kill her, fate might appear. Fate? Yang Chuan was slightly stunned. Isn't Bai Huang's death the first time fate appeared? Zhong Shan, the Great Thousand Domain Lord, should have faced it directly before. Nether River Patriarch shook his head. Yang Chuan nodded and finally said, I will take the lead this time. Are you willing to go to the Honorable Slaughtering Assembly? Of course, why not? I also want to see what fate is like, Nether River Patriarch said with a smile. Yang Realm, North Outer Continent. Great Thousand Domain. In a palace, Yang Chuan and Zhong Shan sat facing each other, each holding a cup of tea. Fate. Zhong Shan frowned slightly. How is it? Before the four realms merged into one, I did fight fate once. However, that should only be a part of fate's consciousness. It was very powerful. At that time, one of its consciousnesses appeared in Wuji outside the Great Thousand Domain. It was vast and majestic, and the Great Thousand Domain was under such great pressure that all the people in the world fainted. It erased all the people's memories of it, Zhong Shan said. Oh. He disappeared after achieving his goal. I didn't fight against him for long, Zhong Shan said. I understand. Yang Chuan nodded several days later. Heavenly Demon World, in front of Fushi. Yang Chuan handed over a jade talisman and said, I don't need you to deal with the Great Lord. I only need you to protect my wife, ZZ, and her spirit that hasn't melted yet. ZZ's consciousness is still there. Fushi asked indifferently. Yes, because Empress ZZ's statue is still above the clouds of Diasian's providence, Yang Chuan affirmed. All right. Fushi nodded. Around southeast continent. At the peak of a huge mountain. The Shao-Di carried the Immortal slaying gourd and stood in front of Golden Emperor and Jin Dayu. Tian Mo, Emperor Minute, and Jade Chalene surrounded the three of them. Old Third, don't be stubborn, Tian Mao said coldly. Third brother, now that things have come to this, you have nowhere to run. Sovereign Minute advised. Sho Di sneered and looked at Tian Mao. Second brother, I understand. Your gourd allows you to see anywhere in the world. No one can hide from you. You've killed most of my descendants. Now I'm the only one left. Second brother, please be merciful, Sho Di said in a deep voice. No. Tian Mao said coldly. Second brother, the 7 of us were born from the same vine. I don't want to destroy this relationship, but Jin Dayu is my only descendant. I have to protect him. I know you're at the 17th heaven, but I still want to try, Sho Di said coldly. As he spoke, Sho Di released a fierce aura and rushed toward Tian Mao. Tian Mao's eyes turned cold. Yu Lin and Emperor Minute looked at Tian Mao. Well, old third, do you really want to challenge me? Tian Mao said coldly. Second brother, please. Sho Di flew 100 feet and didn't fly any higher. Tian Mao turned to look at Yu Lin and Emperor Minute. Wait for me to come back. Don't attack. Yes. The 2 of them answered. Boom. Sho Di and Tian Mao soared into the sky and rushed into the heavenly demon region. Boom. The 2 of them entered Wuji and started fighting. When the 2 of them rushed into heavenly demon region, Yang Chuan had just finished talking with Fushi. He turned around and saw the 2 gourd brothers fighting. Sho Di was at the peak of the 16th heaven, but he was extremely fierce as if he was born to fight. Tian Mao was at the 17th heaven, so he was naturally much stronger than Sho Di. The 2 brothers were fighting fiercely in Wuji. Although there was no sound, one could feel the peerless power of the Tao just by looking at the strength of the 2. Below, Yu Lin and Emperor Minute stared at Golden Emperor and Jin Dayu. Golden Emperor closed his eyes and recovered from his injuries. He hadn't recovered from his injuries from the battle with Gen Ao, but he had come to help Sho Di. Now that he stopped fighting, he naturally needed to recover. However, Jin Dayu was anxious. Looking at the 2 gourd brothers, Jin Dayu's eyes were filled with hatred. At the same time, he was worried about his ancestor. The 4 of them waited for a day. Above the starry sky, Sho Di and Tian Mao both fell. Boom. When the 2 of them fell, a large area of the ground collapsed. Sho Di's face was covered with blood and he looked fierce. Tian Mao's hair was disheveled, and he was in a mess. Well done. Tian Mao looked at Sho Di in surprise. Second brother? Yu Lin and Emperor Minute both came over. Sho Di shook his head. Second brother, you're at the 17th heaven. I can't defeat you, but it's not that easy for you to defeat me. Humph. Tian Mao snorted. The fierce look on Sho Di's face gradually disappeared. He said bitterly, Second brother, I know what you're worried about. I'm still at the 16th heaven and can't immortalize. I'm willing to destroy my consciousness now. I only beg you to let Jin Dayu go. Destroy your consciousness. Yu Lin suddenly exclaimed. Tian Mao was also surprised. Ancestor, what are you doing? Jin Dayu exclaimed. Sho Di looked at Jin Dayu and smiled bitterly. Then, he said seriously, Jin Dayu, you must live. As he spoke, Sho Di took out a small ball and handed it to Jin Dayu. I've prepared this for you. Read its information later. Sho Di turned around and looked at Tian Mao again. Second brother, I'll obliterate my consciousness and turn into a peerless divine weapon with no consciousness. This way, you can rest assured, right? I only beg you to let Jin Dayu go, Sho Di said seriously. Tian Mao's face twitched. Finally, he said bitterly, Third brother, why are you doing this? Second brother, please fulfill my wish, Sho Di said again. Third brother, why? Why are you sacrificing yourself for your descendant? This isn't your style. Why? Emperor Minute was puzzled. You don't understand my world. After being reincarnated into Lu Ya in the Great Thousand World, I've understood many things that I didn't understand before, Sho Di said with a smile. Chapter 1543. You don't understand my world. After being reincarnated into Lu Ya in the Great Thousand World, I have understood many things that I didn't know before, Sho Di said with a smile. Second brother, please fulfill my wish, Sho Di said again. Tian Mao, Emperor Minute, and Yu Lin stared at Sho Di with a frown. They could not understand what Sho Di was thinking. Sacrificing himself to fulfill his descendants. What a joke. However, Sho Di actually made such a request. Third brother, are you crazy? Yu Lin exclaimed. Third brother, please think twice. Emperor Minute said anxiously. However, Sho Di stared at Tian Mao. Second brother, please fulfill my wish. Sho Di said solemnly. Tian Mao looked at Jin Dayu, who was in shock, and his face darkened. Sho Di was willing to give up his life for Jin Dayu. Second brother, please fulfill my wish. Sho Di emphasized for the third time. Yu Lin and Emperor Minute were extremely anxious. Tian Mao closed his eyes and pondered. All right, you chose your own path. Tian Mao nodded at last. Second brother? Emperor Minute and Yu Lin exclaimed. However, Sho Di looked relieved. Second brother, I'm honest. You can do it. Erase my consciousness, Sho Di said with a smile. Sho Di walked to Tian Mao with the immortal slaying gourd on his back. Tian Mao had a complicated look on his face. Eventually, he put his hand on Sho Di's head. Sho Di turned his head and looked at Jin Dayu. Jin Dayu, remember to live on. Don't let me down, ancestor. Jin Dayu's eyes were wet. Golden Emperor, thank you so much for your help. Please send Jin Dayu to Xianyang. Sho Di asked sincerely. Golden Emperor's eyelids twitched. He could not understand why Sho Di was seeking his own death. Don't worry. Golden Emperor nodded. Tian Mao exerted his strength and orange light shot out from his palm toward Sho Di's head. Buzz. Sho Di did not resist and allowed Tian Mao to erase his consciousness. The immortal slaying gourd trembled. However, after sensing that Sho Di did not resist, it gradually calmed down. Boom. With a loud bang, Sho Di's eyes suddenly became hollow. Ancestor. Jin Dayu's Jiaohu. However, Sho Di could no longer speak. Second brother? Both Sovereign Minute and Yu Lin looked pained. At this moment, the Slayer's consciousness had been wiped out, and his body was under the control of the heavenly eyes. Sigh, perhaps you shouldn't have developed consciousness in the first place. Heaven's Eye said indifferently. Sovereign Minute and Yu Lin clenched their teeth and looked at Jin Dayu together. It's you. You bastard. You killed my third brother, said Emperor Minute coldly. The murderous aura of the two rushed towards Jin Dayu, as though they were going to avenge the Sho Di. Although the Sho Di had asked for death and had been killed by the Sky Eye, the two of them could not help but blame Jin Dayu. Me? No. It's you who killed my ancestor. Jin Dayu roared. Humph. You're the one who killed my third brother. I want you to die with him, Emperor Minute said coldly. Jin Dayu quivered. Although Jin Dayu's strength had reached the 14th heavenly layer, he was still a far cry from the two of them. You promised my ancestor. You want to go back on your word? Jin Dayu asked in surprise. Go back on my word? Humph. My third brother is dead. As long as I avenge him, I don't care about anything else, Emperor Minute said in a low voice. Golden Sovereign? Jin Dayu suddenly looked at Golden Sovereign. After all, the Sho Di had asked Golden Emperor to take care of him before his death. Golden Emperor, we didn't promise my third brother that we wouldn't kill you, Emperor Minute threatened. Golden Emperor looked at the unconscious body of the Sho Di, then at the three experts of the divine world, and then at the heaven continent, where Senior Chi was. Finally, Golden Emperor said with a wry smile, I'm sorry. When the Sho Di is alive, we owe you a favor. When the Sho Di is dead, we owe you nothing. Golden Emperor? Jin Dayu said angrily with his eyes wide open. Does Golden Emperor want to stay out of this? Was my promise to the Slayer fake? Since it's a private matter of the divine realm, I shall not disturb you any further. Golden Sovereign said. Emperor Minute and Yu Lin nodded with satisfaction. Boom. Golden Emperor left suddenly. Wow. Seeing Golden Emperor's ruthlessness, Jin Dayu turned into a golden crow and flew toward the east. Go. Where are you going? Emperor Minute snorted. He did not even use the gourd. With a sway of his body, Sovereign Minute suddenly appeared above Jindayu. He extended his hand and struck at Jindayu. The void collapsed. The power of this palm was not something that Jindayu could withstand. What? Jindayu screamed in despair. Boom. The void was torn apart by the huge impact. Emperor Minute, who had hit him with his palm, flew backward. Jindayu was fine. A figure appeared in front of Jindayu and blocked Emperor Min's attack. Who is it? Emperor Minute screamed as he flew backward. The void slowly recovered, revealing Yang Chuan's figure. Great Emperor, Jindayu said in surprise. Yang Chuan looked at the three people coldly and said, "The divine world's reputation is indeed untrustworthy." Yang Chuan? Yu Lin and Emperor Minute said seriously. Emperor Minute, Yu Lin, come back. Heaven Eye shouted. Second brother. The two people flew forward. Heaven Eye looked at Yang Chuan and said, "It's Emperor Yang. I saw what happened just now." Why? It's fine if you don't keep your promise to others, but you also break your promise to your brother. Yang Chuan said coldly. The Sky Eyes looked coldly at Jindayu for a while and then at the Slayer's body that was like a puppet. Fine. Shodai's consciousness is gone. Let this little bastard live. Heaven Eye said indifferently. Second brother? Emperor Minute and Yu Lin were still reluctant. Yang Chuan said, Shodai's consciousness is gone. I wonder if you can keep your promise to the divine world. Heaven Eye raised his eyebrows. Open the seal on the giant egg and let me choose anything in the divine world. I chose Shodai. Do you still want to deny it? Yang Chuan asked again. Ha 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 ha. Emperor Minute burst into laughter. Although my third brother's consciousness is gone, he's still a peerless divine weapon. How can we let you have him? Yu Lin sneered. Has the divine world decided to go back on their word? Yang Chuan asked again. What do you want? Heaven Eye said coldly. 20 days later, I will go to the divine world and seek justice. Yang Chuan said seriously. Go to the divine world? Ha 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 ha. Emperor Minute laughed disdainfully. With the great revered Qi in charge, if Yang Chuan came, wasn't that just courting death? Emperor Minute, Heaven Eye, and Yu Lin were also disdainful. Jindayu, let's go. Yang Chuan ignored them. The two turned and headed east. Sky Eye coldly watched Yang Chuan's group leave. In the end, he didn't choose to continue the chase. Let's go. Heaven Eye took the two people and one corpse and flew to the divine world in the middle sky continent. A few days later, in a hall in Xianyang, Yang Chuan, Gigu Zi, the Nether King, Fu Su, Mo Yushi, and others were standing there. Everyone looked at Jindayu. Great Emperor, my ancestor left this item for me. He told me to read it in the future, Jindayu said as he took out the small ball. The Shodai. He is resolute and not the kind of person who will die at will. Gigu Zi shook his head and said. How is the array outside? Yang Chuan asked. Don't worry, Great Emperor. This hall is completely isolated. No one can peek inside or even deduce. Gigu Zi said seriously. Yang Chuan nodded. Open it, Jindayu. Yang Chuan said. Jindayu nodded and squeezed the small ball in his hand. Crack. A crack appeared on the small ball. Boom. Suddenly, a surge of murderous aura rushed out from the crack, and instantly filled the entire hall. Screech. A saber radiance suddenly flew out. It was so fast that everyone in the hall was shocked. The Immortal slaying flying saber. Gigu Zi was shocked. A golden saber flew out and floated in the air. The saber had eyebrows and eyes and a murderous aura shot out. Isn't this the Immortal slaying flying saber in the Immortal slaying gourd? The Immortal slaying flying saber flew in the hall for a while and gradually changed its shape. Buzz. The Immortal slaying flying saber turned into a transparent human figure. The Shodai. The Nether King said in surprise. My ancestor? Jindayu said in surprise. The human figure was the original form of the Shodai. Phew. The Slayer's virtual shadow let out a long sigh. He still looked frightened. Then he laughed. Ha 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 ha. The Shodai's phantom laughed. Everyone waited quietly for a while. After the Shao-Di vented his excitement, he turned around and looked at everyone. "Thank you for your help," the Shao-Di said with a smile. "You're the Shao-Di?" "The consciousness of the Shao-Di," Yang Chuan said with a frown. "Yes, I'm the Shao-Di. Only a part of my consciousness is left. But I managed to escape," the Shao-Di's consciousness said with a smile. "Oh. Then the consciousness that the third eye destroyed was..." "That was the consciousness of the immortal slaying flying saber. Over the years, I have refined the consciousness of the immortal slaying flying saber into my doppelganger. My consciousness entered the immortal slaying flying saber and escape," the Shao-Di's consciousness said in a deep voice. "Ancestor, you're fine." "That's great," Jin Dayu said excitedly. The Shao-Di nodded. "Escaped?" Yang Chuan looked at the Shao-Di. "Yes. That's right. Peerless godly weapons. We're all refined by His Majesty, no, by Great Master. We're just weapons. We don't belong to ourselves. It's not the end yet. The 7 of us will merge into one and become a real peerless godly weapon. At that time, everyone's consciousness will be united and no one will be the other," the Shao-Di said in a deep voice. "Oh. Maybe I've fallen. I just don't want my current consciousness to disappear. I'm me. Since I've been born, I should live forever instead of being someone's tool," the Shao-Di said with a gloomy face. "A carefree life, that's what I want the most. Sooner or later, my consciousness will be destroyed. I'd rather fight for it," the Shao-Di said solemnly. In the hall, everyone looked at each other with a hint of joy on their faces. The Shao-Di, Yang Chuan, sincerely invite you to join the Slaughtering Masters Assembly and kill the Great Master," Yang Chuan said solemnly. "Kill the Great Master?" The Shao-Di's expression changed. Then, his eyes gradually became firm. "Okay." Chapter 1544. The Shao-Di had to agree to the alliance. He had betrayed the Great Master and there was no turning back. "However, I need a body as a temporary host," the Shao-Di said solemnly. "That's okay. Most of the leaders of the demons in the great evil world were experts in the 15th heaven. You can host all of them," Yang Chuan said seriously. After defeating the Lotus God, the Lord of the Abyss had exchanged his body for a group of peerless experts in the great evil world. The Shao-Di shook his head and said, "No, I want Jin Dayu." "Me?" Jin Dayu frowned. "Don't worry. I won't take over your body. After this battle, I can even take back my original body," the Shao-Di said in a deep voice. "Oh." Yang Chuan was confused. "My consciousness has been entrusted to this immortal slaying flying saber. Speaking of which, it's for the day when I can reclaim my body. Jin Dayu is my descendant, we share the same bloodline and origin. I can use him to the greatest extent. When I take back my body, Jin Dayu will be as good as new," the Shao-Di said affirmatively. Yang Chuan stared at the Shao-Di for a while. After making sure that the Shao-Di was not hiding anything, he looked at Jin Dayu. "Ancestor, I'm willing. Please use my body." Jin Dayu nodded affirmatively. Jin Dayu knew that if the Shao-Di wanted to harm him, he would have been dead long ago. He could not have saved him so many times. "Okay." The Shao-Di nodded. The shadow walked to Jin Dayu. While everyone was worried about him, buzz, the Shao-Di immediately invaded Jin Dayu's body. A strong willpower was emitted from Jin Dayu's body. Boom. A wave of air suddenly surged around Jin Dayu. Apparently, his cultivation had been greatly improved. Jin Dayu closed his eyes and lowered his head. After a while, he slowly raised his head and opened his eyes. Boom. 2 ferocious gazes shot out from his eyes, causing the space in front of him to tremble. "The immortal slaying flying saber is indeed extraordinary," Giguzi exclaimed. The Shao-Di's incarnation, Jin Dayu, nodded. "Yang Di, I don't know how you're doing, but I want to tell you that the Great Master will have 3 peerless divine weapons," the Shao-Di said solemnly. "Oh." "The first one is for us 7 brothers to combine into a peerless divine weapon. The second one is the fusion of the 7 vine demons into a peerless divine weapon," The third one is the seven-colored sacred mountain. It will transform into a peerless divine weapon. They are all at the peak of the 17th level heaven. I think the great supremacy will absorb all the fate in the world and use it to nourish the three peerless godly weapons, hoping that they can all break through to the 18th level heaven, the Shodai said. Oh, 18th layer of heaven? Yang Chuan's eyes narrowed. There is still time. Yang Di, hurry up, Shodai said. I got it. Yang Chuan nodded. With the birth of the great exalted Qi, the fate of the world began to surge. All the luck in the four major worlds was flowing toward the Zhongtian continent, the first world. Surging luck was like a surging river. In the sky above the middle sky continent, there were countless golden lights, and luck was overflowing. In the past, the luck of the heaven world was far worse than here. The various academies were all Jiaohu. All the luck was gone in the blink of an eye. The great evil world and the great thousand world were fine, but the young realm of the great kindness world was in chaos at the moment. Many emperors were at a loss. In the world, only the heaven world and the eastern sect could lock up the fate of the world. The 20th day was coming soon. Yang Chuan looked up at the struggling golden dragon of luck in the sky. His loyal companion in the past had to submit to the great supremacy now. People of the great perfection world, raise your right hand and borrow my power, Yang Chuan shouted. Boom. Yang Chuan's voice suddenly spread all over the world. At this moment, the people of the great perfection world were very convinced by Yang Chuan. They quickly raised their right hand, and surging power rushed toward the golden dragon of luck in Xianyang. Rumble. The surging power poured in, carrying the will of the people of the great perfection world. The golden dragon of luck expanded several times. Roar. The golden dragon of luck roared in pain, trying to break free from the will of the people of the world and enter the middle heaven continent, but the will of the people was too strong. It controlled the golden dragon of luck. Boom. The surging power rushed toward Yang Chuan's body. Yang Chuan's body suddenly expanded. He stepped on the two great emperor altars, locked up the power, and looked at the middle heaven continent. In the great Qin city of the netherworld, Zombie Yang Chuan also gathered the power of the world, locked up the fate, and absorbed it into his body. Yin Yang, open, Giguzi shouted. Boom. Zombie Yang Chuan was sent into the Yang realm by Giguzi using Feng Shui. The two Yang Chuan carried surging power. Let's go. The human Yang Chuan shouted. Boom. The human Yang Chuan and zombie Yang Chuan instantly headed toward the middle heaven continent. At the same time, in the outer north continent, Zhongshan absorbed the power of the world into his body and stepped toward the middle heaven continent. In the northeast continent, Dongfang Bubai had the lotus god swallow all the fate and head toward the middle heaven continent. In the outer south continent, Jiangchen looked and also stepped toward the middle heaven continent. One by one, the powerhouses quickly headed toward the middle heaven continent. In the middle heaven continent, the great lord sat on a white lotus and stretched out his hand to control the endless fate for his own use. Not far away, the rainbow divine mountain split into 7 pieces and quickly rumbled. Boom. The rainbow divine mountain collided, and the surging fate above was drawn down as endless power gathered. Mountain god, wake up, the great lord said calmly. Rumble. The 7-colored divine mountain rumbled. Roar. A loud roar filled the sky, and the entire Yang realm suddenly shook. A small portion of the surging fate was immediately absorbed. Gradually, a dark-skinned old man with white hair appeared. Although the old man's face was old, his body was extremely sturdy. His figure condensed and emitted a monstrous ferocious aura. As soon as the monstrous ferocious aura appeared, countless heavenly realm disciples all knelt down. The mountain god stomped his foot. Rumble. Suddenly, countless stone mountains in the central territory soared into the sky. It was as if they were born to control the mountains. The mountain god of the peerless divine weapon greets the great lord, the mountain god said respectfully. The great lord nodded. He waved his hand and immediately, the same fate rushed toward the 7 vine demons. Rumble. The 7 vine demons quickly merged, and the surging fate surrounded them. Rumble. The 7 vine demons merged into one and gradually transformed into the appearance of a handsome man. The man exuded the same ferocious aura as the mountain god. When the man waved his hand, countless vines rushed into the sky and the entire central territory instantly turned green. The vine god of the peerless divine weapon greets the great lord. The vine god said respectfully. The great lord nodded. He was satisfied. Hong Yun, Tian Mao, and the others stood respectfully in front of the great lord. Merge, I can already smell fate. The great lord said solemnly. Fate is about to appear. Meng San Sheng's expression changed. However, soon, except for Sho Di's numb body, the other 6 people immediately said respectfully, yes. The 7 of them gathered together. Boom. Once again, the surging fate rushed down and poured into the 7 people's bodies. Rumble. Endless light bloomed on their bodies. Under the intense tremor, the light was so dazzling that no one could see what was inside. Boom. The endless fate converged. The interior was exposed again. The 7 people had disappeared and turned into a young man in a golden robe. The young man had golden hair and carried a golden gourd on his back. The King Kong of the peerless divine weapon greets the great lord. The young man in the golden robe bowed respectfully. The mountain god, the vine god, and the King Kong stood respectfully in front of the great lord. There are some people in the world who sees a large amount of fate. This is also the reason why you can't reach the perfect level 18. Kill them and seize their fate, and you can reach the level 18, the great lord said solemnly. Yes. The 3 of them answered. However, even so, at the level 17, you are at the peak of perfection. With your special physiques, you can fight against the level 18, the great lord said with satisfaction. Thank you, great lord, the 3 of them said respectfully. We will not disappoint you. We will kill the people who are guarding the fate as soon as possible to strengthen ourselves. The mountain god said solemnly. No need, they are already here. The great lord smiled faintly. After that, 2 figures from the east arrived first. It was the 2 Yang Chuan. They stepped on the great emperor's altar and stopped in front of the great lord. Boom. A strong wind blew, and the surrounding righteousness drifted. In this life, although the great lord had given his fate to the 3 peerless divine weapons, there was still endless righteousness for him to use. Yang Chuan, you dare to come? The King Kong with the golden gourd on his back said coldly. Countless experts in the realm of the gods wanted to rush over, but Yang Chuan's aura was too strong. Apart from the 3 peerless divine weapons, no one could get close. Yang Chuan looked at the 3 peerless divine weapons. Finally, he looked at the great lord. Although it was the great lord, it was Zizi's body. Yang Chuan's eyes flashed with pain. The great lord. The human Yang Chuan said solemnly. You are not dead. You are indeed a variable. The great lord said lightly. The 10 great divine beasts were all variables, and their respective superpowers were also variables. I want to thank the great lord for your disdain last time, but this time, there is no more chance. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Oh. The great lord said lightly. The first era? Ah, the experts of the first era transformed into the cultivators of the world. They were originally admired by the world, just like you, the great lord. In this life, you were reborn. Other than me, you were admired by the world. Unfortunately, you wanted to take back all the fate of the world and destroy the foundation of the world's major forces. Admiration became a mortal enemy. Yang Chuan said solemnly. The fate of the world was originally mine, the great lord said solemnly. I know, but unfortunately, you have already spread it out. How can you take it back? It is like a mortal tycoon who has spread his money to the people of Ju, but now wants to take it back. Won't the people of Ju see him as an enemy? Yang Chuan said with a smile. While they were talking, beams of light shot out from all directions. Boom. Boom. Dongfang Bubai, Lotus Goddess, Zhong Shan, Wu Jiong, Jiangchen, Golden Emperor, Jin Dayu, Huang, and the Nether River Patriarch came one after another. The arrival of the heroes stirred up a storm. A murderous aura gathered in the central territory. Chapter 1545. Wu Jiong didn't plan to come to the Central Territory. Although his fate didn't listen to him, Senior Qi was too strong. How could he stop him? However, when he saw the experts of the world coming, Wu Jiong finally came. Whether he fought or not was one thing, but whether he came or not was another. Yang Chuan had personally invited all the heroes of the world. No matter what the result was, it would shock the world. If Senior Qi won, the Great Ju domain would be inferior to the world. If Senior Qi lost, the world's fate would be redistributed. Apart from Wu Jiong, Jiangchen was the same. Jiangchen didn't come to defeat Senior Qi. He didn't even plan to interfere. Many people had such thoughts. Yang Chuan also understood that these people had different thoughts, but Yang Chuan didn't care. Just like the Golden Emperor. Previously, he was afraid of Senior Qi and went back on his word. Why would he fight Senior Qi now? Senior Qi looked coldly at the group in front of him. Juniors of the various epochs. Senior Qi said indifferently. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. These three are your peerless divine weapons, right? Senior Qi, since you've come out, are you ready to face the world? Yang Chuan said coldly. Senior Qi looked at Yang Chuan in human form. You came prepared indeed. You want to take back my body? Mph, that's my wife. I can't let her wander outside. Yang Chuan said coldly. The Great Exalted scanned the group of experts and said indifferently, if that's the case, come at me. Let me see which peerless experts have been born in the various eras. Not far away, Zhongshan was the first to speak. Fourth Epoch, Great Thousand World, Challenge Mountain God. Zhongshan narrowed his eyes, and a fighting spirit shot out of them. Haha, that's great. If I take your fate, I can break through to the 18th layer of heaven. Mountain God immediately answered heartily. Senior Qi watched quietly from the side. Yang Chuan, on the other hand, looked at him gratefully. After all, Zhongshan was the first to speak. The Supremacy Slaughter meeting had truly begun. Second Epoch, Dongfang Cult, Challenge Vine God. Dongfang Bubai said indifferently. Lotus God stepped forward and glared at Vine God. He, sect leader Dongfang? Lotus Goddess? The Vine God did not think much of it. The Great Senior nodded and swept his gaze over the others. Fourth Epoch, Undying Sect, I challenge Vaja. The Emperor suddenly said. Fourth Epoch, Great Celestial Realm, I challenge Vaja. Jin Dayu suddenly said. Jin Dayu? Ha 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 ha. King Kong suddenly laughed disdainfully. You killed my ancestor. Even if I die, I will avenge my ancestor. Jin Dayu said with hatred. You overestimate yourself. King Kong said coldly. Then, King Kong looked at Huang. Little girl, you want to attack me too? King Kong said coldly. The Emperor smiled coldly. A gust of saber intent rushed out. Boom. As soon as the powerful saber will was unleashed, the surrounding awe-inspiring righteous qi immediately collapsed. The expressions of the group of experts suddenly turned solemn. The Emperor's growth was too fast, wasn't it? Only Jiangchen, Patriarch Nether River, the Golden Great Emperor, and Wu Jiong remained. The Great Senior glanced at the four of them. Beside him, Yang Chuan said, no need to look. I will challenge you. You. The Great Senior was slightly taken aback. Wu Jiong and the others were also slightly taken aback. Yang Chuan? Challenging the Great Senior? Not long ago, wasn't Yang Chuan unable to fight back in front of the Great Senior? Now, he actually dared to challenge the Great Senior? This is the world we share. In such a battle, the world will certainly collapse. Enter Peerless Realm, Yang Chuan said. The Great Senior smiled strangely and finally nodded. Boom. A group of experts rushed into the sky and into the starry sky. Soon, they rushed into the heavenly demon world and entered Peerless Realm. In the heavenly demon world, Fushi stepped forward, leading Snake Spirit, Meng Rongrong, and a group of subordinates to stand on the peak of a mountain and watch the battlefield in Peerless Realm. Once they entered Peerless Realm, Zhongshan was the first to attack. A large saber slashed at Mountain God. Heavenly Rule, Myriad Waves. Boom. The long saber seemed to have slashed 10,000 times in an instant. The same trajectory stacked up and slashed at Mountain God. Mountain God's face darkened and he stomped his foot. All of a sudden, huge mountains appeared in all directions. Mountain God used his fist to hit Zhongshan's saber. Boom! Under the huge collision, tens of thousands of huge mountains collapsed with a loud bang. Such power! Mountain God's face darkened. Not bad, Zhongshan said solemnly. Boom! The two experts took the lead in the battle. On the other side, Lotus God stepped into the void. Countless lotus flowers bloomed in Peerless Realm and surrounded Vine God. Vine God waved his hand and countless vines appeared in all directions, rushing toward the countless lotus flowers. Boom! The Lotus Sea and the Vine Sea intertwined. Lotus God against Vine God. Dongfang Bubai stood on a lotus flower not far away, as if he was guarding Lotus God. As for Emperor, he didn't like to speak much. The long saber in his hand slashed fiercely at King Kong. Boom! The golden gourd suddenly blocked in front of him. Thousands of sparks shot out. Jin Dayu flew to the side, waiting for an opportunity. Rumble. The three battlefields began to fight. Yang Chuan also came in front of Air Lord. With your cultivation, if you could challenge me, you would have used all your strength last time. This time, you must have something to rely on, right? Air Lord said lightly. Yang Chuan smiled and turned his head. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sea of blood appeared in all directions. Yang Chuan's hair once again draped over his waist. The sea of blood expanded and burst out. Although Peerless Realm was constantly being consumed, the sea of blood continued to surge. Yang Chuan's body was even covered with a layer of blood-colored armor. Blood Sea superpower? This isn't the Blood Sea superpower from before, right? Air Lord said in a deep voice. From this sea of blood, Honorable Qi could feel a boundless power. This is the Primeval Sea of blood that I borrowed from Nether River Patriarch, Yang Chuan said. Oh! Air Lord looked at Nether River Patriarch, who was watching the battle not far away. Nether River Patriarch smiled. Nether River of the Third Era. Greetings, Air Lord. Here are some superpowers for you to appraise. As he spoke, a vast black river suddenly rushed out from behind Yang Chuan in the distance. The rolling black river went against the flow, emitting a monstrous will. Wherever the black river passed, the righteous energy was polluted and dissolved. Nether River Great Tao? Air Lord's expression changed. For the first time, Air Lord took it seriously. This is my blood sea, Nether River. Air Lord, I hope you can break it and find a flaw for me, Nether River Patriarch said confidently. Not far away, Jiang Chen and the others looked over solemnly. Yang Chuan wasn't done yet. With a wave of his hand, countless stars once again revolved in his palm. Behind him, a towering cypress tree suddenly appeared beside the Black River. As it spun, all the stars in the first realm lit up brightly, surging with stellar power. Not only in the shallow star layer, but also in the deep star layer, all 3,000 stars lit up. Air Lord's eyes narrowed as he looked at Dongfang Bubai. I lend the power of the stars of the Second Era to Yang Chuan. I hope Air Lord can find a flaw for me. Dongfang Bubai smiled. Standing on the Great Emperor's altar, Yang Chuan's surging power erupted, gradually enveloping Air Lord. The two Yang Chuan stood above the Blood Sea. They gazed at Air Lord. Primeval Blood Sea, rise. Yang Chuan roared. The Blood Sea, which was already roaring, suddenly swelled and quickly enveloped the grand air supremacy from all directions. Stellar power, break. Yang Chuan roared. Boom. Surging stellar power rushed toward Air Lord. The sea of blood surged and enveloped the two Yang Chuan and the great Lord of Qi in a ball of blood. Rumble. The giant ball rumbled. Yang Chuan wasn't the only one fighting. Dongfang Bubai and the Nether River Patriarch's combat arts were involved as well. Both Dongfang Bubai and the Nether River Patriarch stared at the Blood Sea with grave expressions. Others couldn't see what was inside, but these two peerless experts could sense everything through their combat arts. The Blood Sea shook violently. The power of the first, second, third, and fourth eras clashed fiercely. It sealed, so we can't see inside. How boring. Jiang Chen said coolly. Jiang Chen also wanted to see the battle inside, but the Nether River Patriarch's Bloodsea wasn't so easy to spy on. If you're interested, Emperor Jiang Chen, you can test it out for yourself in the future. Nether River Patriarch smiled. Very well. Jiang Chen smiled. The two of them chatted casually, as if they hadn't noticed the ferocity of the battle at all. On the other side, Zhongshan fought Shanshan fiercely. Mountains and a sea of blades clashed. Neither of the two peerless experts was willing to concede defeat. Emperors were at a disadvantage against Vaja, but emperors' abilities grew in adversity. As they were suppressed to the point where they could catch their breath and slowly strengthen themselves. Jin Dayu held the Divine Emperor Bell, ready to provide assistance at any time. Only Wu Jiong and the Golden Emperor remained silent. The two of them looked at the battlefield. Wu Jiong clenched his fists, jealousy flashing through his eyes. Why didn't such a huge power belong to him? Wu Jiong could only stare helplessly. As for the Golden Emperor, his expression gradually became complicated. The Golden Emperor held a shrunken virtuous seal in his palm, but he didn't make a move. He looked at the battlefield in silence. In the distance, the Lotus Goddess fought the Vine God. The Lotus Goddess was still at a disadvantage. The Vine God's strength suppressed the Lotus Goddess. However, just as the Lotus Goddess was about to retreat, Dongfang Bubai suddenly flicked his finger. Hum. The Lotus Goddess's power surged, suddenly blocking the Vine God's suppression. The Vine God was extremely depressed. He thought it would be easy to deal with, but he couldn't do anything to the Lotus Goddess. Just a little more every time, the Vine God shouted gloomily. Roar. There were countless vines, but the Lotus Goddess still blocked them. What are you waiting for? The Vine God suddenly shouted. As he shouted, the Golden Emperor suddenly took a step forward. Boom. The virtuous seal suddenly surged, and a huge power rushed toward the Lotus Goddess. Golden Emperor, what are you doing? Dongfang Bubai instantly appeared in front of the Golden Emperor. Dongfang Bubai? The Golden Emperor's face stiffened. He was about to launch a sneak attack on the Lotus Goddess, but he was stopped. Wu Jiong, Nether River Patriarch, and Jiang Chen looked over curiously. The Golden Emperor is a dog of the divine realm. Sect leader Dongfang, be careful. Jin Dayu shouted. Oh! Dongfang Bubai's face sank. The Golden Emperor's face changed. The Golden Emperor was secretly nurtured by the Sho Di in the past. At the end of the Second Era, he even went to the Grave Clan and buried the Golden Emperor. He didn't expect the Golden Emperor to be a traitor. While he submitted to the Sho Di, he colluded with other people in the divine realm and deceived the Sho Di. Jin Dayu said coldly. How did you know? The Golden Emperor exclaimed. Chapter 1546. How did you know? Golden Sovereign was surprised. Jin Dayu ignored Golden Sovereign and focused his attention on the battle between King Kong and the Emperor. Although the Emperor was forced to retreat again and again, it could be seen with the naked eye that he was growing stronger and stronger. What kind of monster is this? King Kong was surprised. On the other side, Invincible East stood in front of Golden Sovereign. Golden Sovereign couldn't back down. What are you waiting for? Why do you care what he knows? Why aren't you attacking? Vine God rebuked. Vine God shouted. Golden Sovereign immediately understood that this wasn't the time to hesitate. He took out the seal of virtue again. Golden Sovereign? Take another step and you'll die. Invincible East said coldly. Haha, die? Then you'll have to ask my seal of virtue first. Golden Sovereign shouted. Boom. The seal of virtue suddenly enlarged 10,000 times and emitted a monstrous light of virtue, suppressing Invincible East. Everyone looked over. No one knew Invincible East's strength. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Everyone widened their eyes. Sure enough, the deterrence of the seal of virtue was huge. 18 colored light shone in all directions and a huge power suppressed Invincible East. At that moment, Invincible East moved. He suddenly pulled out the long sword at his waist. Sheeing. As the sword slashed out, an extremely intense white light suddenly burst out. The white light instantly illuminated the dark surroundings. The dazzling light made people avoid it involuntarily. The moment Wu Jiong closed his eyes, he broke out in cold sweat. This light. He couldn't help but close his eyes. If it was during a battle, this moment was enough for the opponent to kill him many times over. Sheeing. When Wu Jiong opened his eyes, Invincible East's long sword had already returned to its sheath. The seal of virtue was suspended there and didn't descend any further. As for Golden Sovereign's body, it was split vertically from the head. Endless essence was bursting out from the gap. The Golden Great Emperor remained motionless as his spiritual essence shot out in all directions. He was killed. Wu Jiong's face changed. That was Golden Sovereign. One slash, just one slash. Golden Sovereign was defeated and split into two on the spot. Rumble. Boundless energy gushed out from the Great Sovereign altar and rushed towards Golden Sovereign, attempting to repair his body. Boom. All of a sudden, Golden Sovereign's body exploded. Billions of sword chi burst out from his body and exploded. Golden Sovereign instantly exploded into countless fragments. That was Dongfang Bubai's sword chi. It was sealed in the Golden Great Emperor's body and it suddenly erupted. Let the Golden Sovereign be consigned to eternal damnation. Countless fragments floated around Limitless and were quickly destroyed by Limitless. Gradually, they disappeared completely. Golden Great Emperor was killed by Invincible East with a single strike. Wu Jiong felt his scalp go numb. Nearby, Vine God's expression also changed. How is this possible? How is this possible? Vine God exclaimed. The Lotus Goddess was overjoyed. Her master's power made the Lotus Goddess fighting spirit soar. Jiangchen and the Nether River Patriarch narrowed their eyes. Ha ha ha, as expected of the number one person of the second epoch. Patriarch Nether River praised. Jiangchen took a deep breath and nodded. 18th heaven? Dongfang Bubai actually reached the 18th layer of heaven? At this moment, the Vine God was extremely anxious. Fortunately, Invincible East did not interfere again. With a wave of his hand, the Great Virtue Seal and Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar left behind by Golden Great Emperor landed before Invincible East. He looked at the two items. Invincible East grabbed the Great Virtue Seal and gently wiped it. Some of the imprints on the Great Virtue Seal immediately dissipated. He reached out and grabbed a lotus flower and imprinted it on it. Boom. The Great Virtue Seal immediately bloomed with thousands of rays of yellow light. Master. The Lotus Goddess in the distance looked surprised. I've already refined it for you. Take it. Invincible East threw the Great Virtue Seal to the Lotus Goddess. The Vine God. Thank you, Master. The Lotus Goddess was overjoyed. Not far away, Wu Jiong revealed a look of deep jealousy. They were both masters. Why was the Lotus Goddess's master so good to him? Invincible East looked at the Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar and suddenly threw it to the nearby Jin Dayu. This item is useless to me. Take it as an exchange for your advice. Invincible East said casually. Wu Jiong. Jin Dayu. No one expected Invincible East to be so valiant. He won just like that. He was disdainful of the Great Emperor Sacrificial Altar. Not far away, Zhongshan fought the mountain god. Heavenly rule. Million heavy waves. Zhongshan shouted. A dazzling blade radiance shot out in all directions. Instantly, a huge force slashed the mountain god's right arm. Boom. The mountain god's right arm slashed down. Mountains around the mountain god collapsed. Whoosh. As the right arm slashed down, it overflowed with providence. Once the providence appeared, Zhongshan took a deep breath and sucked it into his stomach. No, it's impossible. How can you defeat me? The mountain god shouted in disbelief. You've already lost. Zhongshan said coldly. As he spoke, he slashed down again with an invincible force that could break heaven and earth. Boom. With one slash, thousands of mountains collapsed. The mountain god was instantly slashed in half, and the surging providence burst out. Rumble. Before the surging providence could dissipate into Wuji, it was forcefully absorbed by Zhongshan. The mountain god was dead. With the death of the mountain god, the other experts in the battle looked even worse. With the great virtue seal, the lotus goddess's battle became even more valiant. On the other hand, the vine god kept retreating. As he retreated, a huge amount of providence overflowed from his body. Invincible East reached out his hand. Swish! The surging providence rushed into Invincible East's palm. Boom! Boom! With Invincible East's help, the lotus goddess became stronger and stronger. Finally, after 3 days, the huge great virtue seal pressed down. Boom! The vine god collapsed, and the surging providence was instantly absorbed by Invincible East. With Invincible East holding the fort, defeating the vine god was expected. No one else paid any attention to it. Everyone only remembered Invincible East's stunning sword. The Emperor fought against King Kong. Although he was completely suppressed in the beginning, the Emperor was getting stronger and stronger. Gradually, they were evenly matched. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the Emperor's body, and a wave of air rushed out. The Emperor had broken through. You broke through? 17th level of heaven? King Kong's face darkened. Thanks to your suppression, I have reached the 16th level of heaven, the Emperor said lightly. King Kong's face instantly darkened. Impossible. You fought me with the 15th level of heaven just now? You can't do it. King Kong shouted in shock. The Emperor looked at King Kong coldly. Instead, he slashed with his saber. Boom! After the dazzling saber light, King Kong was forced to retreat. King Kong seemed to be on the verge of being defeated. At this moment, the Emperor's strength was only at the 16th level of heaven. King Kong couldn't accept this fact. He was at the peak of the 17th level of heaven. How could he be defeated by a 16th level of heaven? Are you kidding me? Gradually, King Kong's face became more and more ferocious. He suddenly threw the golden gourd in his hand. Please, baby, freeze! King Kong shouted. A large amount of golden light suddenly emerged from the golden gourd and directly sprinkled on the Emperor. Buzz! The Emperor held the long saber in his hand and instantly froze in the Wuji. Only his eyes could move and stare at King Kong. Ha 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 ha, even if you are talented, so what? I am the world's #1 gourd, the light-stabilizing gourd. Unless you are stronger than me, no one can escape, King Kong said with a ferocious face. Crack 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 crack. There was a burst of cracking sounds around the Emperor, and a tyrannical force broke the light-stabilizing gourd. The Emperor's body trembled slightly. The golden light shook as if it could collapse at any time. King Kong's face stiffened. Die! King Kong shouted in panic and reached out his hand to grab the Emperor's head. Slash! Jin Dayu suddenly shouted. Boom! His whole body rushed toward King Kong, and his whole body turned into a blade. He rushed toward King Kong with an unstoppable momentum. Mph, little bastard, don't overestimate yourself, King Kong shouted in disdain. King Kong turned his palm and slashed toward Jin Dayu. Swoosh! The blade that Jin Dayu turned into suddenly turned and rushed toward the light-stabilizing gourd. What? Boom! In an instant, the blade that Jin Dayu turned into rushed into the light-stabilizing gourd. King Kong was slightly stunned. Wasn't this courting death? This gourd was the combination of 7 gourds in the past and naturally had the power of each gourd. Wasn't he afraid of melting into a stream of essence when he put it in? However, reality didn't develop as King Kong expected. The golden gourd suddenly trembled and no longer spewed out golden light. In an instant, the Emperor was freed. Slash! Boom! A ferocious blade shot out and immediately slashed King Kong's body. King Kong was instantly sent flying backward with a bloody mark. Please, baby, stabilize, King Kong shouted, but at this moment, the gourd was trembling violently and didn't listen to him at all. Slash! The Emperor slashed again. Boom! King Kong was instantly seriously injured. Impossible. Why isn't the light-stabilizing gourd working? King Kong was anxious. However, the gourd didn't listen to him at all, and the Emperor kept chasing after him. After a while, King Kong was suddenly covered with wounds. Why? King Kong roared in grief. Come in. The light stabilizing gourd suddenly roared. A suction force rushed toward the seriously injured King Kong. At this moment, King Kong didn't have much strength to resist and was instantly sucked into the gourd. Shodai. Is that Shodai's voice? King Kong suddenly exclaimed when he was sucked into the gourd. Rumble. The light stabilizing gourd was shaking rapidly. The Emperor stood aside and stopped attacking. He stared at the gourd. After 2 hours. Bang. Jin Dayu and King Kong suddenly flew out. Heh. The Emperor's eyes turned cold. Don't attack. He's not King Kong. He's my ancestor, Shodai, Jin Dayu said excitedly. Oh. The Emperor said in a deep voice. Sure enough, King Kong's eyes were no longer the same as before. They were extremely deep and bright. Shodai. The Emperor frowned. Thank you. Shodai said solemnly. At this moment, Shodai not only took back his body, but also the body of the 7 Gourd brothers. His strength had greatly increased. Ancestor, did you improve my cultivation? Jin Dayu suddenly looked at himself and said with joy. Shodai nodded. Mountain God, Vine God, and King Kong were all killed. Master Chi's peerless magic weapon had all become someone else's. There was only one battlefield left. Yang Chuan was fighting against Master Chi. Chapter 1547. The Blood Sea roiled, enveloping the 2 Yang Chuan and the Lord of Qi. Jiangchen, Dongfang Bubai, Patriarch Nether River, Zhongshan, Wu Jiong, Shodai, Jin Dayu, and Huang all stared at the writhing ball of blood. After writhing for a while, it calmed down. Everyone waited quietly. Only Jiangchen's expression suddenly changed. Jiangchen stood at the back of the group. A 19-colored light suddenly flowed out of his eyes, and his body trembled slightly. However, everyone's eyes were fixed on the Blood Sea. For a moment, they didn't notice Jiangchen's change. Within the Blood Sea, the Lord of Qi mobilized surging righteous energy. Unfortunately, the Nether River Great Tao, the Primeval Blood Sea, and the power of the stars were all incomparably ferocious. The 2 Yang Chuan clung to each other. The zombie Yang Chuan's hands were pressed against the human Yang Chuan's back, as if he was channeling his own power to fight the Lord of Qi at the same time. The Lord of Qi unleashed an 18-colored torrent, but for a moment, he couldn't do anything to the 3 peerless powers. They were in a deadlock. Suddenly, the Lord of Qi's eyes turned cold. Boom. The 2 wills suddenly collided. Yang Chuan and the Lord of Qi's wills seemed to have instantly entered a sea of consciousness. I underestimated you juniors. You're really powerful, said the Lord of Qi's will solemnly. The heroes of the First Era couldn't stop fate. Although you were strong, you were still defeated. Do you want to lose again? Rebuked Yang Chuan's will. Boom. The 2 wills collided with a loud bang. Although you couldn't beat fate back then, it's not something you can resist, said the Lord of Qi's will. Since you've lost, don't hold the hope of the common people in your hands. Fate, you're not suitable to use fate anymore. Leave it for us later generations. Yang Chuan's will attacked. The Lord of Qi naturally wouldn't give in. The 2 wills intertwined. Inside the Blood Sea giant ball, there were 2 opposing forces. On one side was the great righteousness and the 18-colored flowing light. On the other side was the power of the stars and the Nether River Great Path. The 2 forces intertwined and formed the shape of a yin-yang fish, spinning inside the Blood Sea giant ball. Yang Chuan and the Great Lord stood at the eye of the yin-yang fish, motionless. In the outside world, you have the Great Tao, and the Primeval Blood Sea. But in your sea of consciousness, what else can you have? Break. The Lord of Qi will increased power once again. I admit that your cultivation is peerless, but I will not admit defeat. Will. Mice will. Is the world of hell, the hope of the common people SS. In Yang Chuan's sea of consciousness, the world-suppressing bronze coffin suddenly condensed and slammed into the Grand Supremacy Lotus Will. Boom. Will SS. SSSS of. The 2 of them were in a stalemate, as if they were waiting for the other side to retreat. No one from the outside could enter the sealed blood sea. However, at this moment, another figure slowly appeared from within. It was a man in a luxurious robe, with a golden carnate 8 trigrams behind his head. It was Fushi. Outside, Nether River Patriarch and Dongfang Bubai's eyes lit up. The two of them were deep in thought. Nether River Patriarch revealed a meaningful smile, while Dongfang Bubai's expression turned solemn. Fushi appeared in the center of the battlefield and saw the two wills colliding. He stared at the Lord of Qi. The Lord of Qi stood on the white lotus, motionless. Fushi shook his head and sighed. He waved his hand. 8 golden runes rushed out, and the carnate 8 trigrams wrapped around the Lord of Qi's body. The surrounding righteous energy seemed to have noticed it and automatically blocked it. But the carnate 8 trigrams was invisible and could not be touched. Fushi waved his hand gently. The carnate 8 trigrams rushed into the Lord of Qi's body. The Lord of Qi's expression changed when he collided with Yang Chuan's. What? Boom. The carnate 8 trigrams exploded in the Lord of Qi's body, and a surge of righteous energy rushed out. The Lord of Qi's consciousness was separated from Zizi's body. Suddenly, the Nether River Great Tao and the power of the stars wrapped around the Lord of Qi's shadow. Zizi. Yang Chuan was overjoyed. He quickly rushed forward and hugged the unconscious Zizi. Who are you? Fushi. The Lord of Qi suddenly roared, forcing him out of his body when he was unprepared. End of the first era, Fushi. Greetings, Lord of Qi. Fushi said solemnly. Zizi. Yang Chuan called Zizi. Zizi trembled slightly and gradually woke up. But her eyes were still empty. Zizi's soul is still with you. Yang Chuan's face darkened as he stared at the Lord of Qi's shadow. The Lord of Qi was frowning as he looked at Yang Chuan and Fushi. I didn't expect that I would still be fooled by you. Juniors of all eras, you have impressed me, the Lord of Qi said solemnly. Lord of Qi, no matter what, you have lost. Please release Zizi's soul and let her return. Yang Chuan said solemnly. The sea of blood surrounded them, and the Lord of Qi was forced out of his body. Everything was almost over. However, the Lord of Qi shook his head. It's not over yet. As long as I'm here, it's not over. As long as she's here, it's not over. Yang Chuan's face darkened. My 3 peerless divine weapons were defeated. Haha, I didn't expect this. But as long as I have this girl, I can live again. The Lord of Qi said solemnly. Lord of Qi, why do you have to do this? The 4 realms are gradually merging. Your obstruction will only make us more passive. Yang Chuan said in a low voice. No. The Lord of Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. I will definitely defeat fate. Even if I die, I will only die on the path of fighting fate, not you juniors. The Lord of Qi's eyes were cold. The Lord of Qi was unwilling to release Zizi's soul. Yang Chuan's face was also extremely ugly at this moment. Fushi smiled and turned to Yang Chuan. Yang Di, I've done what I've done. From now on, Diazhan and the Snake Clan don't owe each other anything. Thank you. Yang Chuan nodded. Fushi smiled, took a step, and disappeared in front of the two in a flash. Fushi came for a while to help Yang Chuan force out the Lord of Qi's consciousness. Everything was over. At this moment, with Yang Chuan's strength, it was not too difficult to deal with the Lord of Qi's consciousness. The zombie Yang Chuan was specifically guarding Zizi, while the human Yang Chuan confronted the Lord of Qi's consciousness. It was the end of the road. The Lord of Qi could not believe it. He had woken up from his slumber in the first era. In just a few dozen days, he was already at the end of his rope. The Lord of Qi was unwilling to accept this. Just as the two were confronting each other. Boom. Suddenly, a huge force came from the outside and rushed straight to the primeval sea of blood. The vast sea of blood instantly shattered and scattered in all directions. The powerful impact caused Yang Chuan and the Lord of Qi's expressions to change. Their bodies swayed violently from the impact. While protecting Zizi, Yang Chuan saw a palm slowly press down. Boom. The sea of blood exploded, exposing everyone to the outside world. Everyone had also seen the person who had struck out with that palm earlier. Jiang Chen. It was Jiang Chen. He'd shattered the primeval sea of blood's barrier with a single blow. Wu Jiong, Huang, Jin Dayu, the Slayer, and the Lotus Goddess were all shocked. Not just by the power, but also by why Jiang Chen had suddenly attacked. Rumble. Jiang Chen exuded an intimidating aura. As soon as it appeared, everyone's hearts trembled, as if they were born with an innate fear. Jiang Chen's eyes glowed with a myriad of colors. He stood on the Great Emperor's altar and looked coldly at the Lord of Qi's consciousness. Great Emperor Jiang Chen, called Yang Chuan, frowning. The Lord of Qi quivered. Fate, fate. It's you, cried the Lord of Qi. Fate. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed. Fuxi, who just returned to the heavenly demon realm, suddenly turned to look at the peerless continent. In front of Yang Chuan. Great Emperor Jiang Chen. Roar. Emperor Jiang Chen roared and unfurled his golden skeletal wings. Corpse Qi surged, and his body trembled violently, as if trying to break free of something. Why? Why me again? Jiang Chen cried out in pain. The Great Emperor's altar beneath his feet suddenly emitted a beam of 19-colored light that shot toward him. Hum. Jiang Chen froze, then stopped trembling. Although his face contorted in extreme pain, the 19-colored light enveloped him and his expression gradually returned to normal. Once the corpse Qi was retracted, it returned to its previous frightening aura. Fate has possessed Jiang Chen? Not far away, Zhong Shan's expression darkened. He'd experienced this aura before. Yes, it was the aura of fate. It was an aura of invincibility. A peerless aura that could influence one's nature. Now, all the heroes of the realm had gathered. Had fate revived in Jiang Chen's body? Is this fate? Exclaimed Yang Chuan in human form. Sensing this aura, Yang Chuan felt as if his heart had stopped beating. It was an irresistible suppression. Fate appeared and stared at Great Emperor Jiang Chen. Fate's light seemed sluggish as it focused on Great Emperor Jiang Chen. This is only a portion of Fate's will. It's not all of it. Invincible East narrowed his eyes. Fate emerged from a host body. The host body is Jiang Chen. No wonder Jiang Chen's physical body has reached the 19th layer, heavenly layer. The Nether River Patriarch narrowed his eyes. Qi. Fate suddenly said. Great Emperor Jiang Chen stared at Fate in shock. The past was destroyed. Why was it reborn? Despicable parasite. Fate's voice was stiff. Ha 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 ha, thank you for remembering me, Fate. Back then, we all went against you. Although I was the weakest, it's my honor that you remembered me. I've returned. This time, I'll go against your fate as well. Great Emperor Jiang Chen shouted stubbornly. Destroy. Fate said softly. The white lotus beneath Great Emperor Jiang Chen's feet suddenly exploded. The massive explosion surged into Great Emperor Jiang Chen's body. Boom. A monstrous explosion erupted from Great Emperor Jiang Chen's body. In an instant, he was blown to pieces, reduced to a pile of fragments. Everyone's expressions darkened. Was this fate? A single thought had caused Great Emperor Jiang Chen to explode. Although it was only a sliver of Great Emperor Jiang Chen's will and wasn't very powerful, Fate's display of power was too terrifying. In the face of Fate, Great Emperor Jiang Chen hadn't been able to resist at all. He'd been destroyed with a single thought. Chapter 1548. Boom. The consciousness of the great Lord of Qi exploded. Was it just the word annihilation in destiny? Everyone's expression changed. No matter what their previous attitude was, everyone was now on the opposite side of fate. Kaboom! The great Lord of Qi was still the great Lord of Qi. Although he exploded, he quickly reformed, but he was much fainter than before. He was severely injured. Yang Chuan felt lucky. If he had been a little later, Zizi would have been the one to explode. Zizi did not have the ability to recover. Buzz. The Nether River Patriarch stood in front of the great Lord of Qi. Fate. I'm in a hurry today, but I'd like to ask Fate for advice. the Nether River Patriarch said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he reached out and waved his hand. The Nether River Great Dao around Yang Chuan was suddenly summoned, and the shattered primeval sea of blood was restored to its original state, surging with ferocious power. However, fate was only staring at the great Lord of Qi. The past was destroyed, why was it reborn? Damn parasite. Fate spoke again. The same words as before. Destroy. Fate repeated again. The great river surges, the black river wreaks havoc. The Nether River Patriarch shouted. The surging black river rushed toward Fate and stopped the heavy attack on the great Lord of Qi. Boom. A huge collision sounded. The Nether River surged, and the primeval sea of blood exploded again. This is a body of consciousness with an incomplete fate, Zhongshan said from the side. Incomplete. Everyone looked at Zhongshan. Yes, incomplete. He's only targeting the great Lord of Qi. In other words, he has only one goal and is not interested in other goals, Zhongshan said. He won't be angered when we provoke him, because this is not him, or a remnant of his consciousness. He acts on instinct and has no thoughts. He has only one goal, and that is to destroy the great Lord of Qi. Just like when he appeared in the Greater Thousand Domains, he only does what he wants. Zhongshan said. He's here for me. Ha ha ha. The great Lord of Qi's eyes flashed with a strong sense of unwillingness. Avicii, Yuan2. The Nether River Patriarch shouted. Boom. Two long swords instantly stood in the Wuji, and surging fortune gushed out. As soon as the fortune appeared, a new world seemed to be formed. Rumble. The Avicii and Yuan killer swords were creating a perfect world. The past was already destroyed, so why was it reborn? Despicable parasites. Destroy. Boom. The same impact caused the Avicii Yuan2 world to collapse. Nether River monstrous. Nether River Patriarch said coldly. Boom. Jiang Chen, the host of Fated Fate, was knocked back several kilometers. But Fate was still staring at the great supremacy. The past was already destroyed, so why was it reborn? Despicable parasites. Destroy. Boom. The tremendous impact sent the Nether River Patriarch flying, and the world that Nether River had created shattered into countless pieces. Ming's face darkened. Fate was still staring at the great senior. 18th heaven? The Nether River Patriarch is also at the 18th level of heaven? The Honorable Qi exclaimed. Originally, they were looking down on their juniors. However, Dongfang Bubai and the Nether River Old Ancestor actually displayed the strength of an 18th heaven. This was only a part of Fate's consciousness. It could kill him with just a wave of its hand. The current him couldn't resist at all. Ha! The Honorable Qi smiled bitterly. Awesome. Ha ha ha, come again, and the world will be settled. Nether River Patriarch roared. Boom. A huge black cauldron suddenly appeared in the Wuji realm and charged straight down. Clang. Jiangchen's freakishly strong body blocked it with a bang. However, his body suddenly sank down by 10 feet from the impact. The past was destroyed, so why was it reborn? Despicable parasites. Who dares stop me? Fate roared. This time, it added, who dares stop me? Fate struck out with a palm, and a monstrous palm rushed toward the Nether River Patriarch. Boom. The power was twice as strong as before. The Nether River Great Dao suddenly shook violently, and the Nether River Patriarch flew backward. Whoosh. The Nether River Patriarch suddenly steadied himself. Stronger. Nether River Patriarch exclaimed in surprise. Another part of Fate's consciousness has awakened. Zhongshan frowned. Previously, a part of his consciousness had only been to kill the Honorable Qi Lord, but now that he couldn't achieve his goal, another part of his consciousness had awakened. In return, Fate's power had skyrocketed. Fate wants to kill the Honorable Qi Lord. If he can't achieve his goal, he won't give up. Just like in the Greater Thousand Realms, he can only retreat when the Honorable Qi Lord is dead. Zhongshan frowned. The Honorable Qi Lord. Everyone looked at the Honorable Qi Lord. But in the blink of an eye, they once again stood in front of the Honorable Qi Lord. No matter how hostile they'd been before, they were now united against a common enemy. No one would abandon their allies at this time, because they were all grasshoppers on the same line. If they abandoned the Honorable Chi Lord out of fear today, others would abandon them tomorrow. The Honorable Chi Lord looked at Fate, who was growing stronger and more rational. Once again, he smiled bitterly. It seems that unsealing this time was a mistake. I shouldn't have awakened, the Honorable Chi Lord said bitterly. The Honorable Chi Lord looked at the world behind him. Descendants of all eras, I will once again ascend to the immortal realm. I hope that the world will not be completely controlled by fate. I hope that all life in the world can live. If fate doesn't fully awaken, the world will be destroyed. Please. The Honorable Chi Lord suddenly bowed respectfully to everyone. Apart from the Nether River Patriarch who was fighting fate, everyone else was silent. Yang Chuan, who had been prejudiced against the Honorable Chi Lord, also sighed softly at this moment. Looking at fate fighting in the distance, the Honorable Chi Lord smiled sadly. He waved his hand. Buzz. ZZ, who was in Yang Chuan's arms, suddenly quivered. Husband, why am I here? ZZ asked in surprise. Not only ZZ, but countless living beings in the entire Middle Sky continent also quivered and recovered their spirits. What's going on? Why am I here? What did I do? In the Middle Sky continent, countless living beings were in a daze as they listened to others describe what had happened. ZZ, are you all right? Yang Chuan's face lit up with joy. The Honorable Chi Lord looked at the world behind him, and a strong reluctance appeared in his eyes. He slowly opened his arms. I'll exchange my immortal realm for peace in the world. Everyone, I'll be watching over you. The Honorable Chi Lord sighed with reluctance. Buzz. The Honorable Chi Lord's consciousness slowly dissipated, growing fainter and fainter until it gradually disappeared. Yang Chuan, Zhong Shan, Dongfang Bubai, and the others all felt a pang of regret. Then, the Honorable Chi Lord's consciousness dissipated. Not far away, the battle between Fate and the Nether River Patriarch gradually came to a stop. The Nether River Patriarch stood nearby, staring at Fate. Fate's monitoring of the Honorable Chi Lord's death grew fewer and fewer, until it completely disappeared. Everyone's hearts sank. After achieving its goal, Fate's consciousness slowly faded once more. Destiny gradually receded, and Jiang Chen, the host of it, trembled violently. Gradually, he regained consciousness. Buzz. Fate's soul-stirring aura suddenly vanished. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. Fate's gone, Zhong Shan exclaimed. Not far away, Jiangchen's face was filled with lingering fear. Fate had left, but no one was able to calm down. After all, the scene just now had been too frightening. If the Honorable Chi Lord hadn't willingly immortalized and allowed Fate's consciousness to return, everyone here might have died. Emperor Jiang Chen. Zombie Yang Chuan took a step forward. Achem. Jiang Chen looked up at Yang Chuan. We want to know what happened just now. Why were you possessed by Fate? Yang Chuan asked in a low voice. Everyone stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sighed. Fate has chosen me, and I am helpless. This has already happened once in the Second Epoch. At that time, Fate took over my body and slaughtered all the heroes of the world. It even wiped out a portion of their memories. Only after Fate's consciousness retreated did I realize what had happened. This is the second time. Jiang Chen frowned. The second time? Why you? Yang Chuan asked again. Perhaps it's because of my physical body, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Physical body? Jiang Chen's body was so strong that it glowed with 19-colored light. Off to the side, Dongfang Bubai shook his head. Jiang Chen, what's done is done. Do you still want to hide it? Oh! Everyone looked at Dongfang Bubai. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, but didn't stop them. First, Fate, second, Feng Shui, fourth, Yin Virtue, and fifth, Reading. Hair, emperors cultivate fate. But do you know what it means to cultivate fate? Dongfang Bubai looked at Yang Chuan. The fifth, Reading, is to cultivate fate, which is to form the Honorable Chi Lord's body. As for fate, isn't that fate? Yang Chuan trembled. Wu Jiong's expression also changed. The Honorable Emperor's karmic rank is on par with the heavenly Tao. Why? Have you thought about it? 3,000 heavenly Taos form heaven and earth. You could say that everything in the world is made up of 3,000 heavenly Taos. Why should the Honorable Emperor's karmic rank be on par with the heavenly Tao? Yang Chuan looked down at the Honorable Emperor's altar. Fate. Yang Chuan said in surprise. What you cultivate is fate. Perhaps one day, one of you will become fate in the future, the culprit responsible for the destruction of the world. Perhaps, you are fate. Dongfang Bubai looked at Yang Chuan. Then, Dongfang Bubai looked at Wu Jiong. Everyone's eyelids twitched. No, I can't be fate, Yang Chuan said, his heart palpitating. That's right. You aren't fate now. However, one day, can you be sure that fate won't take over your body? After all, your Tao is the great Tao of fate, Dongfang Bubai said. In that case, we don't want this Honorable Emperor's altar anymore, Wu Jiong said, a trace of shock on his face. Don't want it? Haha. Look again. Do you think it's that easy to give up on the Honorable Emperor's altar? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Oh. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen in confusion. Dongfang Bubai said, once you possess an Honorable Emperor's altar, it's very difficult to get rid of it. Back then, I paid a heavy price to get rid of it. Of course, Emperor Changsheng was different. His temperament was so shameful that even fate felt it was impossible to change it. Fate didn't keep an eye on him. In my opinion, it's very difficult to get rid of your Honorable Emperor's altars. Dongfang Bubai looked at Wu Jiong, Jiang Chen, and Yang Chuan. Cultivate fate. Cultivate myself into fate. No, I will never become fate, Yang Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, zombie Yang Chuan suddenly looked at Jiang Chen. I understand now. Emperor Jiang Chen, said Yang Chuan, his eyes cold. You didn't release the Junction's body technique to refine us. You wanted us to replace you one day, to be your scapegoats, to be your hosts. Am I right? Heh, you guessed it. Jiang Chen didn't try to hide anything. Earlier, I almost broke free of my host of fate. I didn't want to refine you, but unfortunately, you disappointed me. There's no point in keeping you around. Let me refine you. Next time, I'll be able to break free of my host of fate. Heh, I'll deal with fate myself. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Yang Chuan took a step forward, his eyes cold. A pair of black dragon skeletal wings unfurled from his back. Chapter 1549. Within the Peerless Plain. Yang Chuan and Jiang Chen faced off against each other. Both of them unfurled their enormous skeletal wings, their eyes bloodshot and fangs protruding from their mouths. They didn't move, but their battle intent surged. Jiang Chen laughed coldly. I taught you everything you know. Do you really think you can fight me? You taught me. Heh, you're just a Jiang Chen, said Yang Chuan coldly. Whoosh. The two of them attacked at almost the same time, each throwing a punch. Boom. After a fierce collision, Yang Chuan stumbled back a kilometer, while Jiang Chen remained in place. Jiang Chen looked at Yang Chuan and sneered. Yang Chuan, however, remained unafraid. 17th Heavenly Layer Cultivation, 19th Heavenly Layer Physical Body. No wonder fate chose you as a host, said Yang Chuan coldly. Ahem. However, Yang Chuan did not pay any more attention to him. Instead, a pitch-black path suddenly appeared behind him. Yang Chuan quickly merged with the path. Roar. With a roar, Yang Chuan transformed into a black dragon, glaring angrily at Jiang Chen. As for Yang Chuan, he stood off in the distance, holding Violet in his arms. He had no intention of interfering. Roar. Black Dragon roared and charged at Jiang Chen with a sweep of its tail. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, then struck out with his palm. The dragon lashed out with its tail. Boom. After a fierce collision, the two of them separated. This time, however, Yang Chuan was no longer at a disadvantage. Ahem. Junction's expression darkened. Again. Roar. Boom. The dragon charged at Jiang Chen again. In a battle within the Peerless Plain, One's physical body was one's greatest weapon. Boom, boom, boom. The Black Dragon and Jiangchen fought ferociously. Both of them emitted antimatter, resisting the peerless plane's corrosion. The fierce collision ended in a stalemate. Boom. The dragon's tail slammed into Jiangchen's palm again, but this time, it didn't separate. Instead, they clashed against each other. World suppression. Boom. The world-suppressing copper coffin suddenly appeared and bore down on Jiangchen from above. With a cold snort, Jiangchen punched out with his left fist. Boom. A golden fist landed on the world-suppressing bronze coffin. It blocked the attack with ferocious force. Rumble. As the two sides entered a stalemate, Jiangchen gradually grew serious. "What a strange coffin!" exclaimed Jiangchen. Quong. The lid of the world-suppressing copper coffin suddenly opened. Boom. Suddenly, 3,000 heavenly Daos emerged from within, surrounding Black Dragon and Jiangchen. Jiangchen's eyes narrowed as he faced off against the draconic might and the world-suppressing copper coffin with his fist and palm respectively. Boom. The heavenly Dao circulated, and countless streams of chaotic energy rushed towards Jiangchen. Rumble. It was as if countless blades were scraping against Jiangchen's body. The cycle of heavenly Dao. "Do you really think you can harm my body with these chaotic currents?" said Jiangchen proudly. Jiangchen's body was incomparably tough. Even the turbulence couldn't harm him in the slightest. Roar. Black Dragon roared, unwilling to accept his defeat. Hum. A giant eye appeared in the sky above the 3,000 heavenly Daos. A golden pupil suddenly opened. Suddenly, a ferocious golden river gushed out of the golden pupil, carrying boundless power as it rushed towards Jiangchen. The golden river struck Jiangchen ferociously. The strength of his attack was several times stronger than Yang Chuan's full force attack. Boom. Jiangchen was instantly sent flying hundreds of kilometers away. Hum. The 3,000 heavenly Daos returned to the world-suppressing copper coffin. For the first time, Yang Chuan had forced Jiangchen to retreat. In the distance, Jiangchen's hair was slightly disheveled. He stared at Yang Chuan in shock. He hadn't expected Yang Chuan to be so strong already. "The Great Dao," said Jiangchen in a low voice. A golden path suddenly appeared behind Jiangchen. His body merged with the Great Dao. Roar. Jiangchen transformed into an enormous golden dragon. The golden dragon was twice the size of Black Dragon. Roar. The golden dragon roared and charged at Black Dragon. Boom. The two dragons fiercely collided. Once again, the golden dragon sent Black Dragon flying 50 kilometers away. Jiangchen didn't have any special treasures. His physical body was his strongest treasure. The two zombies fought with their bodies. Boom. Boom. Black Dragon was sent flying again and again. The world-suppressing coffin tried to suppress it, but the golden dragon sent it flying with a flick of its tail. Roar. The golden dragon was ferocious. Its roar was invincible. "Yang Chuan, if I devour you, I'll grow even stronger." The golden dragon roared and charged. Rumble. Their physical bodies were strong. The two of them couldn't break through each other's defenses. However, their repeated clashes consumed Black Dragon's strength and energy. Boom. In a one-sided battle, Black Dragon was sent flying again and again by the golden dragon. Roar. Black Dragon and the world-suppressing coffin attacked at the same time. However, the golden dragon was too ferocious. Black Dragon couldn't fight back. In the distance, Jin Dayu and Zizi looked anxious. The Shodai, Wu Jiao, Huang, and Lotus God all had complicated expressions. Nether River Patriarch and Dongfang Bubai watched quietly. Boom. Once again, the Black Dragon was sent flying. Roar. Black Dragon steadied itself and roared. Black Dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a silver ball of light. "Dragon Ball?" Jin Dayu said in shock. Yang Chuan wasn't a dragon. Moreover, he was only merging with the Great Path. Where did the Dragon Ball come from? Huh. Nether River Patriarch looked surprised. Dongfang Bubai was also surprised. The Dragon Ball glowed with a faint blue light. It looked like there were 3,000 stars inside. "What's this?" Dongfang Bubai frowned. At the same time, the 3,000 stars in the first world suddenly disappeared. The dragon ball spat out by Black Dragon suddenly emitted a powerful aura. Boom! The dragon ball smashed toward the golden dragon. "Heh, you overestimate yourself," said the golden dragon disdainfully. It swung its tail at the dragon ball. Boom! Terrifying power slammed into the golden dragon's tail, sending it flying backward. The dragon pearl expanded in size and pressed down on Jiangchen. Crack, 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 crack. In an instant, Jiangchen's entire body was covered in frost. Dingyan pearl? Chao's Dingyan pearl? Dongfang Bubai's pupils constricted. "Master, what's a Dingyan pearl?" asked the lotus god, puzzled. "In the second era, I planned to create 3,000 stars. Back then, the experts of the second era transformed into 3,000 stars. Although they had the opportunity to hibernate, they chose Chao as their tomb keeper. If Chao died, they would revive. Thus, each of them forced a drop of blood essence to Chao. Chao used his soul power to refine a heavenly ice-toed pearl. He used 3,000 drops of blood to refine the Dingyan pearl. Oh! The Dingyan pearl is made of ordinary materials, but it's a command talisman. What command talisman? It contains 3,000 stars and suppresses everything, said Dongfang Bubai. You can use the power of 3,000 stars? Master, you can do that anytime. There's nothing special about the Dingyan pearl, said the lotus god. No, your master can control the power of 3,000 stars. This Dingyan pearl has the ability to move 3,000 stars. Don't look down on this tiny Dingyan pearl. All 3,000 stars in the world are inside it, Dongfang Bubai said solemnly. Ah! The lotus god's expression sank. She closed her eyes and immediately sensed the situation. Master, the 3,000 stars in the sky have disappeared, exclaimed the lotus god in shock. They're inside. Dongfang Bubai frowned. Rumble. The Dingyan pearl's suppression was so strong that even someone as strong as Jiangchen was frozen solid. The black dragon activated the Dingyan pearl. As it spun, its power grew. Crack, 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 crack. The golden dragon's body crackled. This is damaging my fate, said the golden dragon in shock. The great emperor altar appeared beneath its feet, but it couldn't keep up with the Dingyan pearl's destruction. Roar! Roared the black dragon. Surging power surged into the Dingyan pearl, causing it to grow even more ferocious. Roar! The golden dragon roared and struggled. However, it couldn't move at all in front of the Dingyan pearl. After struggling for 2 hours, the golden dragon's injuries grew more severe. Boom! The sound of a fate shattering rang out. It's over. Ha ha. Jiangchen suddenly laughed bitterly and stopped struggling. Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the Dingyan pearl. Boom! The Dingyan pearl suddenly shattered. Whoosh! The original suppression suddenly disappeared. Master, the 3,000 stars have returned to heaven and earth, said the lotus god suddenly. Yang Chuan activated the Dingyan pearl's full potential. The Dingyan pearl is now useless. Dongfang Bubai nodded. With the Dingyan pearl shattered, the golden dragon was freed. However, its fate was already shattered. What was the use of being freed? Would Yang Chuan give it time to repair its fate? Roar! The black dragon swooped down and slammed into the golden dragon. Boom! The golden dragon was sent flying. Its fate was shattered. It couldn't fight anymore. Ha! The golden dragon laughed bitterly. The world-suppressing bronze coffin rushed over and slammed into the golden dragon. Boom! The golden dragon was sent flying toward the black dragon. Golden mist emanated from the golden dragon's body as if it was about to dissipate. Roar! The black dragon opened its mouth, and a powerful suction force quickly swallowed the golden dragon. Rumble! The black dragon's body trembled. Buzz! The black dragon's Tao dissipated and turned into the zombie Yang Chuan. Its pitch-black skeletal wings spread out once more. Then, they shrank by half and retracted back into its body. Boom! The zombie Yang Chuan's body rumbled. 17 colored divine flames surged out of its body. 17th heaven? Wu Jiong's expression darkened. The zombie Yang Chuan twisted its body and slowly clenched its fists. Beside the zombie Yang Chuan, a golden-robed figure appeared. It was Junction's projection. Lingering will? The zombie Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Junction's projection looked at Yang Chuan. I've ascended. Yang Chuan, you've surprised me. You've reached the 17th heaven after devouring my body. Junction's body has to endure the pain of being a host. I hope you can endure it. I won't let him take over my body, the zombie Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Junction's lingering will smiled. I thought so too, but when fate comes, I can't resist it. The zombie Yang Chuan frowned. Moreover, I've discovered that the host's fate is even stronger than before. You've been improving yourselves, but fate hasn't stopped. Be careful. Jiang Chen warned solemnly. I will. The zombie Yang Chuan nodded. The four realms have become one, and fate has awakened. I don't know if I'll be able to wake up again after ascending this time. I hope everyone in the world will be able to survive. The lingering will sighed softly. As he spoke, the lingering will slowly dissipated, vanishing into thin air. Everyone fell silent as they watched the lingering will disappear. The zombie Yang Chuan took a step forward and landed on Junction's altar. Boom! The zombie Yang Chuan stepped on 3 altars. Chapter 1550. Zombie Yang Chuan stepped on the 3 great monarch altars, and the godly flames of the 17th heaven burned fiercely. Everyone had different expressions on their faces. Wu Jiong's eyes flashed with jealousy, but there was nothing he could do. He stepped forward and walked toward the heaven and earth. Haha, let's go. Dongfang Bubai smiled and said to Lotus God. Yes. The Lotus God wore a complicated expression as she followed Dongfang Bubai into the sky. Ancestor Ming looked at Yang Chuan, and his eyes flashed with light. He also flew toward the heavenly demon world. The emperor left without saying a word. In the blink of an eye, only Yang Chuan, Zizi, Jin Dayu, Sho Di, and Zhong Shan were left in Wuji. Sho Di, let's go, said Yang Chuan in human form. Okay. Sho Di nodded with a golden gourd on his back. Yang Chuan in human form took Zizi, and Sho Di took Jin Dayu toward the heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, only Zhong Shan and zombie Yang Chuan were left. Congratulations. 17th heaven, you're one step closer to the fate realm. Zhong Shan smiled. Yang Chuan nodded. Didn't you reach this height a long time ago? Zhong Shan didn't say anything. Looking at the departing figures of the crowd, his expression gradually turned serious. You actually invited Wu Jiong to join the attack on the great Lord of Qi? I remember that you're still angry about Tongtian's death. You didn't treat Wu Jiong well, did you? Let's talk about the facts. Invite Wu Jiao? You should know what I'm thinking. Yang Chuan's face turned gloomy. Zhong Shan's eyes flashed with wisdom, and he nodded. You didn't invite Wu Jiong, but Hongjun? Yang Chuan nodded. Then he frowned. What did you see? Yang Chuan asked. Nothing, Wu Jiong is still the same. I can't see anything strange. Zhong Shan shook his head. After a moment of silence, Yang Chuan said, anyway, Hongjun should be able to see everything through Wu Jiong. Hongjuan's scheming is invincible, yet he fell into a state of suspended animation early on. What is his plan? Zhong Shan frowned. We'll follow our own path. We just need to be on guard against him. We can't be disturbed by him, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. En. Zhong Shan nodded. How is Jian Ao? Yang Chuan asked. You're already at the 16th heavenly layer. You should be heading to Xianyang soon. Jian Ao is a peerless divine sword. Back then, I was also aided by him. This time, I hope you'll succeed. Zhong Shan said solemnly. I will. I'm still waiting to fight with you. Yang Chuan nodded. Purify the country. Zhong Shan laughed. Jiang Chen, Venerable Qi, and the Golden Great Emperor had fallen. For a time, the world was in chaos and faith collapsed. When Yang Chuan, Zizi, Jin Dayu, and the Slayer entered the heaven and earth, they immediately felt the qi of heaven and earth boiling. The group headed for Xianyang first. In Xianyang, Yang Di, Venerable Qi absorbed the Qi of heaven and Venerable Qi. I can only overflow a small part of it. It's much less than what Dongfang Bubai and Zhongshan got, the Slayer said. After all, Zhongshan killed Shanshan and Lianshan killed Vineshan. They overflowed all the Qi of heaven and earth. However, the Slayer only destroyed Jin Gang's consciousness and took over his body. As soon as the gourd opened, Qi of heaven and earth gushed out. The golden dragon of Qi of heaven and earth flew out from Yang Chuan's body. At this moment, without Venerable Qi, the golden dragon of Qi of heaven and earth obeyed Yang Chuan's orders again. Ang! The golden dragon of Qi of heaven and earth opened its mouth and sucked the Qi of heaven and earth into the sea of clouds. Rumble. The sea of Qi of heaven and earth rumbled. Thank you. Yang Chuan nodded. You're welcome, Yang Di. Thank you for your help this time. The Slayer shook his head. Slayer, what's your plan in the future? Why don't you stay in Diasian? Yang Chuan asked. The Slayer shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Yang Di. However, I owe you a favor this time. If you need anything, please do me a favor. The Slayer rejected the idea of becoming an official in Diasian. Although he owed Yang Di a favor, it would only fade away. Well, I won't force you if you don't want to. I just hope that we won't fight each other in the future. Yang Chuan smiled. Absolutely not. The Slayer shook his head. Jin Dayu wanted to persuade him, but the Slayer was his ancestor. In the end, he could only keep his mouth shut. The Zhongtian continent and the realm of the gods have collapsed. Without the protection of the heroes of the past, they will be damaged sooner or later. Why don't we move them to Diasian? I'll give them a place to recuperate. Meng Hongying will be in charge of the realm of the gods. The Slayer will help them occasionally. What do you think? Yang Chuan asked. The Slayer looked at ZZ. If Meng Hongying was in charge of the realm of the gods, ZZ would be able to protect the realm of the gods. Okay. Thank you, Yang Di. The Slayer said. Don't mention it. Yang Chuan smiled. This is the great emperor's altar that Dongfang Bubai gave me. I was going to study it, but after knowing that it's a treasure of fate, I don't want to study it anymore. I'll pass it to you and hope you can handle it well. The Slayer handed over the great emperor's altar. The great emperor's altar? Yang Chuan's expression changed slightly, and he finally nodded. Then it would be impolite of me to decline. The Slayer nodded. Yang Chuan stood on it. Boom. A third great emperor's altar appeared under Yang Chuan's feet. In that case, I'll go to the Zhongtian continent and move the people of the realm of the gods here. The Slayer said. Okay. Yang Chuan nodded. Boom. The Slayer walked toward the Zhongtian continent. Yang Chuan looked at Jin Dayu. Jin Dayu, you'll be in charge of the Slayer's arrangement. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Jin Dayu replied. One day later. Xianyang City. Dong En. Yang Chuan shouted. Yes. The Nether King replied immediately. You'll lead the demon leaders into the great evil world and conquer the tribes. Expand the territory. Yang Chuan ordered. Yes. The Nether King replied. Meng Wanruo, organize the examination and recruit talents from all over the world. After the Crown Prince, you'll be in charge of the various regions. Yang Chuan ordered. Yes. Meng Wanruo replied. Yi Feng, you'll be in charge of conquering the Dongnan continent. Now that the Golden Sovereign has been killed, conquer all his territories. Yang Chuan said. Yes. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Shongyang, lead your armies and cooperate with Yi Feng to conquer the Dongnan continent as soon as possible. Yang Chuan ordered. Yes. Fu Su, you'll be in charge of persuading the Rock tribe to surrender and bring them into Great Shan's territory. Yang Chuan ordered. Yes, son. The orders were quickly passed down and Great Shan quickly prepared for war. Expand the territory. Expand Great Shan. The world was in turmoil again. At the same time, in the Immortal Palace of the Outer North Continent. Yi Yang, you'll be in charge of conquering the Middle Sky Continent. Lin Xiao and Zhao Suoxiang will lead their armies. Zhong Shan ordered. Yes. Everywhere in the world, Yang Chuan and Zhongshan's forces were conquering. The other forces did not move at all. Wu Jiong was in the outer west continent and was unable to conquer the world. Furthermore, Wu Jiong was not in the mood to conquer the world. I'll be in seclusion. During this period, Shangguan Wn will be in charge. Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty. All the civil and military officials replied. Wu Jiong was in seclusion. Dongfang Bubai was still guarding the Dongfang religious ground and did not expand. When Sho Di returned to the deity world was in chaos. The entire Middle Sky continent felt the death of the great master of Qi. The deity world was in decline and many ambitious people rushed into the deity world. The heroes of the deity world had fallen. However, there were countless powerful techniques and the foundation of the first era. All the ambitious people were envious. Killing was everywhere. The experts of the deity world resisted for a while but could only defend outside a huge array. The array was created by the 49 exchange beasts. Its purpose was to hide the awakening of the great master of Qi so that fate would not notice it. Unfortunately, fate still noticed it and forced the death of the great master of Qi. At this moment, Meng Hongying was guarding the array with a group of experts of the deity world. Outside the array, 9 peerless experts were standing with a large group of subordinates. They looked coldly at the array. The 9 peerless experts were the 9 territorial lords of the Middle Sky continent. Some were subordinates of Great Emperor Ziwei, some were rising stars, and some were old monsters. However, they were all bullies. When the deity world was strong, no one dared to rebel. Now that the deity world was in decline, they all rushed forward. Deity world? Ha ha ha, Meng Hongying, didn't you all feel it? The great master of Qi is dead. It's not just the great master of Qi. Your minds are connected to the 6 Calabash brothers. You all felt it when they died. The deity world is finished. Open the array and we'll spare your lives. Humph, the great master of Qi is dead and the deity world has offended the great celestial realm. The deity world is doomed. Hand over your treasures. The evil people outside the array were clamoring. The disciples of the God world were also mentally and physically exhausted. If not for Meng Hongying standing at the front, these disciples who had been loyal to the God world for their entire lives would have collapsed long ago. Shameless. Why didn't you come when my grandfather was around? Meng Hongying said angrily. Ha ha ha, aren't they dead? Deity world? You're just a rundown sect. If I want you to live, you'll live. If I want you to die, you'll die. A one-horned expert said arrogantly. Is that so? A cold voice suddenly came from the void. There was a strong murderous intent in the voice. When the murderous intent appeared, everyone shuddered. They looked up. They saw a golden-robed man in the air. He had golden hair and was carrying a golden calabash on his back. King Kong. The one-horned expert's face turned pale. King Kong. King Kong was not dead. Not to mention King Kong, any of the Calabash brothers could only flee at the sight of them. King Kong was back. Why didn't Yang Chuan kill them? The one-horned expert cried out in grief and indignation. Run. Almost simultaneously, the experts of the 9 forces turned around and fled in all directions in fear and grief. Now you want to run? Humph. Sho Di snorted. Ferocious murderous intent rushed out. Boom. Sho Di's murderous intent shattered the divine souls of many experts and they fell to the ground. Those who were not severely injured lost their minds. Chapter 1551. With Sho Di's arrival, the group of experts who were trying to take advantage of the situation were annihilated. The peak of the 17th heaven was not something that these rascals could fight against. His murderous aura was enough to kill a large number of people. Inside the formation, the group of Divine World's disciples widened their eyes as they looked at the scene in disbelief. King Kong. The King Kong formed by the 7 giants of the God world. Wasn't he dead? Not dead. Ancestral Master. Greetings, Ancestral Master. Ancestral Master, you're finally back. The group of God World disciples cheered. Their faith that had just collapsed seemed to have been re-established. Greetings, Ancestral Master, Meng Hongying said respectfully. Meng Hongying had a complicated expression. She could not accept the fact that the 7 of them had merged into one. Especially when Honorable Qi had taken away everyone's souls. The other disciples did not mind, but Meng Hongying was still brooding over it. From today onwards, Meng Hongying is the master of the God world. Sho Di said solemnly. Yes. All the disciples agreed. Sho Di looked at everyone quietly. Greetings, Realm Master, one of the disciples said. Greetings, Realm Master, the group of disciples said. Meng Hongying was at a loss. Sho Di nodded satisfactorily. I'll give you 10 days to prepare. After 10 days, follow me to the Great Shan realm and live there, Sho Di said. What? To Great Shan? Yang Chuan killed Honorable Qi. Why? The group was reluctant. Huh? Sho Di's eyes turned cold. In an instant, the disciples of the firmament fell silent. Meng Hongying had no objection to going to Great Shan and quickly arranged for the migration. With Sho Di in charge, the disciples of the God world kept quiet. Great Evil World. The Nether King led a group of demons to various tribes in the Great Evil World. Jiangchen had fallen and the statues had collapsed. Countless demons were in a state of panic. However, they gradually calmed down and Jiangchen's hypnosis gradually disappeared. At this moment, the leader of the demons arrived and quickly gathered them. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Yang Chuan in his human form was in Xianyang City, while the zombie Yang Chuan was in Great Qin City. To keep an eye on the situation. Xianyang City. In the upper study. Great Emperor, the forces of the Great Thousand World have entered the Great Evil World. Lu Buwei said with a frown. We know. Yang Chuan nodded. Oh. The Great Emperor knows. In this battle against revered Qi, we invited all the heroes of the world and promised them all kinds of benefits. Now that we have fallen, we can use the Great Evil World to return the favor, Yang Chuan said in a deep voice. That day, when he fought against the great revered Qi, he was not sure if he could win. The risk was huge. In the end, the victory was achieved. Yang Chuan naturally wouldn't take the victory for himself and use it as an excuse to lead the world to attack him. Then how many pieces of land should we take from Mount Zhong? Lu Buwei asked curiously. Overlap the territory of his first world. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Around the northwest continent, the southwest continent, and the north outer continent. Lu Buwei exclaimed. No, there's still the middle heaven continent and the netherworld's north outer continent. Yang Chuan said solemnly. The middle heaven continent. That's right. This is also the reason why we did not attack the middle heaven continent. Mount Zhong has already taken action. That place will definitely become Mount Zhong's territory soon. As for the north outer continent of the netherworld, it will also have to be returned. The Nether River Patriarch lent us the Nether River Great Tao and the Primeval Sea of Blood. Yang Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Lu Buwei nodded. Inform Invincible East, let him take the northeast continent of the Great Evil World by himself. Yang Chuan said. Will Invincible East go? Lu Buwei asked curiously. After all, Invincible East was only guarding the Eastern Territory until now. He will go. When the worlds overlap, heaven and earth will be more perfect. Don't worry about him, he still has the Lotus God. The Lotus God can go alone and conquer that continent, Yang Chuan said. Lu Buwei nodded. Indeed, the Great Evil World had been ruled by the Lotus God for so many years. As long as she appeared, conquering it would be easy. Inform the Emperor too. Yang Chuan's expression was slightly complicated. Yes. In that case, Your Majesty wants to merge most of the Great Evil World with the First World. Apart from the west outer continent of the Yin and Yang realms, the rest will be merged? Lu Buwei asked. Yang Chuan nodded. Your Majesty, why so quickly? Wouldn't it be better to have more time? Lu Buwei asked worriedly. Everyone knew that when the four realms merged perfectly, fate would reveal itself. Wouldn't it be better to buy a little more time? Yang Chuan shook his head. Our current speed is just right for the world. Sooner or later, we'll have to fight fate. Dragging it out might not be a good thing. Why? Jiang Chen once said that fate is constantly strengthening itself. Dragging it out might not be a good thing, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Lu Buwei replied. Your subject, Liu Gang, requests an audience. Liu Gang's voice came from outside the study. Enter, Yang Chuan said. Liu Gang hurried into the study. Your Majesty, bad news. The West Outer Continent has sent troops to the Great Evil World. Liu Gang frowned. Wu Jiong? Lu Buwei asked in surprise. No, Wu Jiong didn't send troops. It's the Netherworld's West Outer Continent. Liu Gang glanced at Lu Buwei. The Great Kindness World? Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Liu Gang nodded. Yang Chuan frowned and pondered for a moment. Lu Buwei's face turned cold. The Great Kindness World? They didn't even make a move in this battle, and they want to get a share. How can there be such a good thing? Wu Jiong didn't make a move, but he knows he can't. The Great Kindness World is too reckless. That's not right, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Achem. Liu Gang and Lu Buwei looked at Yang Chuan in confusion. In the past, the Great Kindness World's netherworld was destroyed. It could be said that the Great Kindness World was scared. Now, they actually dare to appear at this time. Liu Gang, send people to investigate again, Yang Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Liu Gang replied. At the same time, in the Netherworld's Great Qin City, zombie Yang Chuan, on the other hand, met a purple-robed man. The man smiled slightly. Yang Di, long time no see. Zombie Yang Chuan's expression changed slightly. Grave Willow the Wisp. Grave Willow the Wisp was a disciple of the Grave clan who cultivated in the cycle of reincarnation. Silver-eyed Yang Chuan and Grave Willow the Wisp had obtained the Fateless Soul together. At that time, there were 3 Fateless Souls, 1 gold and 2 silver. Grave Willow the Wisp had taken the gold Fateless Soul, while Yang Chuan and Gui Guzi had taken the 2 silver ones. Please forgive me for disturbing Yang Di. Grave Willow the Wisp smiled. You must have come for something important, Yang Chuan said with a penetrating gaze. Yang Di is wise. Heh, I have come for a request. Grave Willow the Wisp smiled. Oh. Yang Chuan was puzzled. I want to ask for the Great Evil World's West Outer Continent for the Great Kindness World. Grave Willow the Wisp said. So, the Great Kindness World is attacking the Great Evil World because of you? Yang Chuan said solemnly. Please grant my request. Grave Willow the Wisp said solemnly. Yang Chuan stared at Grave Willow the Wisp for a while and said, I heard that your Grave clan has a great Emperor's altar. Grave Willow the Wisp nodded. Yang Di, you don't want it, do you? Yang Chuan asked in a deep voice. My Grave clan has a great Emperor's altar, but it is also to share the burden of the Great Perfection World. You must know that the peerless experts in the world, such as Nether River Old Ancestor and Fushi, all hope that you can gather a great Emperor's altar. Grave Willow the Wisp said in a deep voice. You know about it. Yang Chuan was surprised. This is not a big secret. I saw Yang Di's battle in Limitless not long ago, but I was in the Heavenly Demon World at that time and did not enter Limitless. Yang Di's divine might. Grave Willow the Wisp laughed. You flatter me. Yang Chuan said modestly. Yang Di, you don't need to be so polite. Jiang Chen is the zombie progenitor after all. I originally guessed that there would be a world-shaking battle between Yang Di and Jiang Chen, a clash between the Great Perfection World and Jiang Chen World. But I didn't expect it to pass so easily in Limitless. Jiang Chen probably didn't expect it either. Grave Willow the Wisp said solemnly. It was a coincidence. Yang Chuan shook his head. Yang Di, I noticed the look in the eyes of the Nether River Patriarch and Fushi at that time. Their eyes were filled with anticipation for you. I think this anticipation might not be kind. The Grave Willow the Wisp smiled. Oh. Everyone knows that Jiang Chen has been possessed by fate. It's very likely that fate is looking for the person who obtained the Great Emperor altar. Right now, one portion is in Yang Di's hands, one is in Wu Jiong's hands, one is in Zhongshan's hands, and one is in my Grave clan. Yang Di has 6 portions and you have the body of Jiang Chen. It's very likely that fate will find you next time, Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp said solemnly. Yang Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yang Di, if my Grave clan's Great Emperor altar is given to you, wouldn't that increase the chances? Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp asked. Yang Chuan stared at Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp in silence. Fushi, Nether River Old Ancestor, and the others didn't fight for the Great Emperor's altar because they understood that even if they destroyed the Great Emperor's altar, the Great Emperor's altar would be reborn. Instead of not knowing when it would appear again, it would be better to host you, Yang Di, and be on guard against you. Although Yang Di has the Great Emperor altar, you are under the constant surveillance of Fushi and Nether River. The world sees you as an enemy, Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp said solemnly. Taking a deep breath, Yang Chuan stared at Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp. Yang Chuan also understood this, but he did not think too deeply about it. No matter, since I have chosen this path, I am willing to walk down it. I wonder if the Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp is willing to let it go? Yang Chuan asked. Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp stared at Yang Chuan for a long time before nodding. Since Yang Di is willing, there is no need for me to hide it. Yang Di will fight with me because of this sooner or later. Yang Chuan stared at Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp. In that case, my Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp is willing to exchange this Great Emperor altar for the Great Evil World's West Outer Continent. Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp said solemnly. Good. Yang Chuan nodded. Hua. Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp seemed to have been prepared. With a wave of his hand, a Great Emperor altar appeared. As expected. Yang Chuan smiled. My Grave clan has known about the peculiarity of the Great Emperor altar, so we have never refined it. In that case, Yang Di can take it. Grave Will-o'-the-Wisp smiled. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.